Well, let's jump in. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for joining us. Let's go ahead and do the announcement regarding public notice of meeting. Notice of the time and place of these committee meetings is publicized by notifying the area news media, by updating the OPPD website, and by emailing such notice to each of the district's directors on September 11th, 2020. Thank you all for joining us remotely via WebEx events. Again, as a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public that are with us, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. Our agenda for today's meeting is as follows. We will first conduct a closed session this morning to discuss two items. The first, a quarterly update on enterprise risk management, and second, the corporate officer performance review of Vice President Energy Delivery Troy Vai. We will conduct a discussion, we will conclude the discussion no later than 9:45 a.m. in order to open the WebEx meeting to allow the public and OPPD staff to join. And we will begin public session promptly at 10 a.m. And receive reports from each committee. Director McGuire, do we have a motion to go into closed session?
I move that we go into closed session, that the board go into closed session at this time at 7:16 a.m. to discuss a quarterly update on enterprise risk management and the corporate officer performance review for Vice President Troy Vai. With respect to the quarterly enterprise risk management update, a closed session is necessary because the discussion involves matters that are confidential and protected by the attorney-client privilege and attorney work product doctrine, including an update on potential litigation matters, and involve the discussion of security of district property and utility infrastructure information. With respect to the corporate officer performance review, a closed session is necessary to prevent needless injury to the reputation of Mr. Vai, and he has not requested a public meeting. This motion requires a second to move forward. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay.
Bogner,
Chair.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Gay,
Yes.
McGuire,
Yes.
Molhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder.
Yes.
Motion carried.
Motion to go in closed session has passed. This closed session will be limited to discussion regarding enterprise risk management quarterly update and corporate officer performance review for Vice President Troy Vai. No votes or other action will be taken. Okay.
Okay, please stand by. We'll get those folks for the ERM discussion in here.
If there are any public attendees, you will be dismissed. Okay, I have 10 o'clock. So we'll go ahead and get started again. The first thing I need, board members, is a motion and a second, which is required to reconvene an open session. Do I have a motion?
Motion from Eric.
Motion from Director Williams. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Director Yoder. Mo, could you call the vote, please?
Bogner, Director Bogner, her video seems to be frozen.
Yeah, she might be frozen. Seems like she's abstaining. Let's keep going.
Kavanaugh,
Yes.
Gay,
Yes.
McGuire, Molhoff,
Yes.
Moody,
Yes.
Williams,
Yes.
Yoder,
Yes.
Director Bogner. I wonder if she can hear us.
Anyway.
Oh, well, motion carries.
Motion carries. Somebody, while I'm reading the opening statement, send Amanda a text and tell her that she's not hearing anything that we're saying. Thank you, Eric. Okay. The motion to come out of closed session at 10:02 is carried. The closed session was limited to discussion regarding quarterly enterprise risk management update and a corporate officer performance review of Vice President Troy Vai. No votes or other board action were taken during the closed session. Okay. Earlier, before the closed session, I made the announcement regarding public notice of this meeting. As a reminder to board members, senior management, and OPPD staff, please mute your microphones to reduce background noise. To members of the public, thank you for attending. You are in listen-only mode. If you have any technology questions, please use the chat feature in WebEx to communicate with the event host. As mentioned, we conducted a closed session this morning to discuss the quarterly update on enterprise risk management and the corporate officer performance review of Troy Vai, Vice President of Energy Delivery. For the remainder of the day, we are going to hear the following committee reports. Finance will be covered by Director Bogner. System Management and Nuclear Oversight will be handled by Director Molhoff. Director Yoder will cover Public Information, and Director McGuire will cover Governance. Mr. Burke, could we have the safety briefing, please? Tim, you're on mute, sir.
I try to practice good muting. And so we have the 10 actions for every Nebraskan to be taking to slow the spread of COVID-19. They are on the screen as identified. The critical ones are make sure that you use good hygiene and washing your hands often. Social distancing is important, and face coverings. If you go to the next slide, this is the reason why we do that. And OPPD currently has 900 people kind of working from home and some coming in during emergent issues, but other people working in our plants and our centers. The other 900 people are doing amazing things as well. So we are practicing both social distancing in our setup of our operations, as well as mask in our general common areas, and had the opportunity to be at the plants and the peakers and the centers last week and yesterday, and people are doing a good job of observing that protective face mask wear and social distancing, and very cognizant about it. So appreciate that. And with that, that concludes my safety briefing.
Just as I took a bite. Okay. Thank you,
Sorry.
Mr. Burke. We are on to the Finance Committee. Director Bogner, are you with us and good to go?
I'm with you guys now. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I apparently had some technological difficulties here. So.
You're back and you're good to go.
Okay, so September 2020 Finance Committee report. Our Finance Committee met on September 4th and reviewed these items. During our meeting, we reviewed the project plan, which will use a customer-focused approach for the block rate project. Heather Seekin did a fantastic job walking us through that project plan. The goal is really to identify what rate structures meet customer needs, and the team reported out on project milestones that they've achieved so far, including drafting an outreach communication plan, onboarding the core team members, drafting the problem statement that we spent some time talking through, and outlining expected deliverables. Then the team provided a high-level look at what activities will be completed in the coming months. Next, the committee reviewed the year-to-date financial performance and discussed the Q3 projection and year-end projection. Overall, our financial performance at the district remains favorable through Q2. While retail revenues remain lower than our COP called for, this has been offset by higher than expected off-system sales and lower expenses. Looking through Q3 and to the end of the year, our unrestricted cash on hand is projected to be about $13 million less than our COP called for. But due to our lower operating expenses, we do anticipate that we'll have 7 more days of cash on hand than originally projected in the COP. Additionally, we're projecting that our debt service coverage ratio will be higher than 2.0, potentially up to 2.2. For context for the public, a higher debt service coverage ratio is better than a lower one, so we're in good shape there. The finance team will be providing a look at how the current rate structure has led to customer savings during this year compared to past rates that we've used, and we'll have more on that in the future. We also discussed the rate blueprint progress. The committee continued its discussion from August, and the goal of this discussion was to determine which rate schedules should be considered for revision and updating during the first round of rate blueprint cycle in 2021. In addition to the residential block rate work that we discussed in agenda item 1, the committee has asked that the following rates be considered during the 2021 cycle. Rider 461, the fuel and purchase power adjustment. Rider 469W, this is a general service time of use rider with a waiver option that I think only one customer is currently utilizing. Sports, fields, and fairground rates schedules. The standby service for intermittent customer-owned renewables. So this is related to the 464 revisions that we made earlier this year. We do need to still work through a standby service that would be appropriate for those customers. The rain pilot, and then we also added the green power program through our discussion on the 4th. 2023 rate cycle will probably focus on demand-based rates such as the irrigation rate. Finally, we discussed the Q2 retirement fund manager meeting held on August 18th. Both Director Molhoff and I attended this meeting. Siegel Markle, our retirement fund consultant, provided a high-level review of how the retirement funds are performing. Overall, the funds are performing well and are recovering from the losses that we were experiencing in Q1. Then we had several fund managers join us remotely through the morning to provide presentations on their individual fund performance. One item to note here is that the AQR consultant, one of our international equity fund managers, has not been performing well compared to their index, which is the MSCI EAFE index. Based on their performance, Siegel Marco has recommended that we place AQR on watch and monitor their performance over the next few quarters. AQR has been notified by phone and in writing that they're on watch. And for context, AQR invests about $77 million of our $1 billion pension fund. They do not manage any of the OPPD or B dollars. Would any of my committee members like to add anything to this report? I don't have hands up, just a second. If you have anything to add, just jump in, please.
I see Director Kavanaugh's hand up.
Thank you, Mike. Can you unmute and ask?
I'm sorry, I meant to unmute it.
That's okay. Go ahead.
Other than that, all hands are clear, Amanda.
Okay, very good. Do any of the other board members have questions about what I've reported? Okay, seeing no hands, we'll move right along. CFO Fernandez, would you like to make any comments at this time?
Director Bogner, you did a fantastic job describing a lot of detail here, so I don't have anything more to add. Thank you.
Okay, good. I'm glad I got all the details right. Okay, so with that, Chair Moody, that concludes the September Finance Committee report.
Okay, Director Bogner, very well done. Thank you very much. We're going to keep trucking here and go right to System Management and Nuclear Oversight. Director Molhoff.
Good morning. System Management and Nuclear Oversight Committee met on September 3rd. We reviewed SD7 Environmental Stewardship Monitoring Report and got a Power with Purpose update. And I believe that Mary Fisher and her team are going to cover that. So I won't go into any more detail. So and then Mary and Troy have a couple of additional action items for the committee. So go ahead, Mary.
Thank you, Director Molhoff. I would like to start with the Nebraska City Station Unit 2 cooling tower fill replacement. Mo, if you go to the next slide, please. This slide actually shows you what the tower fill replacement looks like. The replacement, the fill in the tower really creates more surface area, and that improves the heat transfer across the cooling tower, which is the purpose of the cooling tower. Hot water comes in, air goes through, it cools the water, it goes back into the condenser, and we recycle the water through the plant, through plant operations, excuse me. We have evaluated the bids that we received to replace the cooling tower fill. It has been in service for 12 years. It's recommended that you replace it every 10 years. We did do a analysis in 2019 and did evaluate it, showing that it had been embrittled and that it does need to be replaced. With an outage coming up this spring, it's a perfect time to get in there and actually do this work. So we are requesting that the board move forward with this request. The bids that we looked at came from 4 different vendors. There were several options that they provided to us. Overall, as we looked at these, one bidder was determined to be legally non-responsive. The others were evaluated, and at the end of that evaluation, we determined that Ameritech Tower Resources was its best overall value for the district at $1,834,910. We would request that the board take an action on Thursday to approve the award of this contract.
Thank you, Mary. Do I have any questions? Okay, let's forge ahead.
Okay, hearing none, I will move on to the Nuclear Oversight Committee report. I want to stress that we continue to monitor and ensure the safety of our dry cask storage, the fuel at the site. As part of that, we have moved to a new security posture under Part 37 of the NRC, Code of Federal Regulations. And as we do that, we want to make sure that we make this transition and that we do it smoothly. So we have lots of people out there really focusing in on observations to ensure that this transition is going smoothly. Other things that are going on the site, critical path is obviously the segmentation of the reactor vessel internal components. Those are highly radioactive components that'll be cut up remotely using robotics. And that planning and design is on schedule and is moving forward well. And then there's modifications to the site as we prepare for decommissioning. Lots of changes if you happen to drive past there. There's road improvements, preparation areas for materials and moving materials in and out. Excuse me. And then we're also out doing radiological surveys in open land areas. These areas were not used during operations, so they've not been impacted at all. Excuse me. Every time I start to talk, those allergies kick in. Okay, I think I got it there. By going out and doing these surveys, what we're doing is we're getting the land prepared for our termination plan. The NRC will go out and confirm all of those surveys, or at least a portion of those surveys. They'll do a sampling of them to ensure that we've done them correctly and to verify that the land is indeed ready for release. Moving to our Nuclear Oversight Committee, excuse me. And what we have our Nuclear Oversight Committee working on these days is really they've gone out as to look at our Part 37 security requirements. They've done a lot of coaching about what the new requirements are. They continue to monitor how we're transitioning over to our new procedures for the security out at the ISBC. And they are doing particular things in terms of looking at how we're responding to the COVID and making sure that we're wearing masks and social distancing is appropriate. We did have a management-directed assessment. I asked our Nuclear Oversight Committee to take their expertise and bring it into the energy production side of the house. As they did that, they went out to look at our compliance with our low-impact bulk system electric requirements for our NERC SIP. Those are new requirements for the energy production side. They went into effect at the first of the year, and we thought it would be prudent to get out there and to get some assessments done. Our Nuclear Oversight Committee, as they went through that, they concluded that our controls were in place, were adequate to protect the cybersecurity assets at the plants. Last but not least, we have an internal audit going on. That audit is really focused on regulatory compliance and technical assessment based on the post-ISFC functional areas. That audit began on September 1st and ongoing through October 8th. And that concludes my report on nuclear oversight. I don't see any questions.
No, thank you, Mary. I appreciate it. Good work, as always. I believe that ends my report.
It takes us to SD7 monitoring report.
Oh, okay.
Director Mulhouse.
All right, go ahead.
I would like to say that we're done, but I think you want to say the SD7 monitoring
I think
report.
no. I think this is important work that we're doing, and your folks have done a lot of work and a great job getting this together. So please go ahead.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I want to start off by just recognizing that this is a corporate-wide environmental stewardship report, and I will be asking for many of my peers to jump in and to either ask questions or to phone a friend and to really help with some of the context that is in this report. It truly has been brought together corporate-wide, and the whole corporation deserves the recognition associated with the accomplishments that are reported in SD7. Next slide, please. So SD7, as you know, last year we put in a new SD7, asks us to manage our interactions with the environment, and it's essential for OPPD's ability to serve our customers. It specifically requires us to be environmentally responsible manner and strive for continuous improvement. I think you'll see that today. Conduct its operations in a manner that strives for a goal of net zero carbon production by 2050. Conduct our business in a manner that meets all regulatory requirements and go beyond compliance where practical. And we have a lot of examples for you in that item as well. Next slide, please. Ask us to be transparent by measuring and reporting our environmental performance on our website. Engage our customers and stakeholders to promote energy conservation, energy efficiency, and to minimize our environmental impact. And then advocate and educate local, state, and federal governments. So with those items, if you move to the next slide, Mo, I'd like to report out how we have been environmentally responsive and strive for continuous improvement. I want to focus today on our passenger car fleet. We have 37 hybrid vehicles, 5 all-electric vehicles, and 4 extended range plug-in hybrids. More than 200 vehicles that are in electric hybrid or flex fuel. And this year we'll be adding 1 electric car, and we're replacing our sport utility vehicles and half-ton pickups in the fleet that are recently available in hybrid Escape and hybrid F-150. So we'll start to replace that part of the fleet as well. Overall, we have 45 electric forklifts and yard carts and man lifts, and we have 3 plug-in bucket line trucks. The way those work, you can actually run the bucket without having to idle the engine. So it's a great step. We've been using those, and we'll likely continue to use those more into the future. We have 2 more that are due to be delivered in the first quarter of 2021. And then we plan to continue to replace our streetlight and our troubleshooter style areas with the plug-in hybrid models as they come up for replacement. So lots of work going on in the fleet to show that we are striving to meet the environmental performance as required by SD7. Next slide. Continuing with environmental responsible, we do investment recovery. We have recovered 9,098 pounds of batteries, 76,000 pounds of metal, 12,000 gallons of oil, over 1,100 poles, and over 2.5 million pounds of contents that came out of the Fort Calhoun warehouse. So overall, the district is doing a great job in ensuring that we have put together a good overall investment recovery program. And in that program, as a result of all those actions, there was, and I'm looking for my notes here, bear with me. My screen does not want to move quickly. I apologize. Resulted in $1.1 million in investment recovery from North Omaha Station and $925,000 from our Nebraska City Station in ash cells, in addition to what you see on the slide here. Next slide, please, Mo. We are striving to show continuous improvement in our environmental performance. If you go to the triple bottom line, which has been around since the 90s, it was really focused on economic, social, and environmental performance. And what occurred as that came into the business areas was it was really centered around how do we do the trade-offs between economic, social, and environmental. That is evolving, and it is something that we're paying particular attention to. John Elkington is the one that came up with the triple bottom line, and he says it's time to move forward. And in that moving forward, really what you want to do is to integrate all of these into your business so that it's not really a trade-off of one or the other, but it's really entertaining all three simultaneously to come out with the best overall decision. And the way that he states it in his reports is we want to be the best in the world. We don't want to be the best in the world. We want to be the best for the world. And so that is a significant shift in thinking within OPPD. To that end, we have put Emily Muth in as our Environmental Sustainability Coordinator as of February of 2020, and she is focused specifically on bringing new sustainability and improved sustainability program into the OPPD arena. Next slide, please. So that leads us right into decarbonization. Our Pathways to Decarbonization program is moving forward. Excuse me again. We have taken significant steps forward in our Pathways to Decarbonization that I'd like to report out to the board today. We have identified 121 generation technologies that we are going to explore as part of this overall program. And we talk about what we're going to do and how it is that we're going to look at decarbonization of our generation fleet, bringing in a wide, and I think I've said this before to the board, a very wide and broad look at generation and generation types that we can use going forward. In that, we've identified 6 different areas, the kind of categories. One is generation, so advanced combustion turbines. We can also look at carbon capture as an item, energy storage, whether that be battery or hydrogen. We're looking at demand side management. We're looking at transmission and distribution opportunities, as well as energy efficiency. Some of the things that we've been looking at, just to give you an idea, besides carbon capture, we're looking at things like cryogenic and gravity storage. We're looking at utility scale flywheels, vehicle to grid storage. And so we really have cast a very wide net of different technologies that we think could be something that we want to move to in the future to help us with our overall decarbonization program associated with our generation fleet. We've also had 7 vendor workshops with 7 different vendors out there that can provide modeling support and helping us to assess these generation technologies. Those vendors that we brought in really helped to create a more flexible and I would say thought process around how we're going to do this modeling going forward. As we're going through this, we're going to put out an RFP. We finalized the scope on what we want these vendors to do. We'll put out an RFP. And as we select that vendor, once we bring them in and get them onboarded, our intent is to go out with our public affairs group and their stakeholder process and take this out to the community so that we can share this more broadly with the community and get their input on, what generation technologies have we not included in this exploratory phase that they would like to see us include, and then really help us to define the criteria around which we're going to evaluate these technologies going forward as inputs into the modeling that we will get to start doing either late this year or the beginning of next year. Director Williams, I see you have a question.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions here. So you just mentioned that RFP on the engagement. Do you have a timeline on that specifically now, or what should we expect for the RFP and the contract, and then some of that outreach to the public?
So the RFP is out. We're due to get bids back shortly, I believe. It was finalized on 9/4 and it's been out. We should get those bids back shortly. We're thinking by the kind of October, November timeframe that we'd have a vendor selected and onboarded. And so we would be looking to approach the community sometime late this year, maybe into January of next year, just depending on how that falls around the holiday season. So really looking forward to bringing a report to the board at that time, and then also going out in our stakeholder process to really engage the community on this, on our decarbonization and what we want to do with the generating fleet going forward.
Great, thanks very much. And then one second question. You mentioned scope 1, scope 2, scope 3. Is there going to be a report on the baselining of the carbon emissions that we're talking about across the entire organization? Is that part of the complete decarb SI report at the end of 2021, or will that information be completed earlier? That could be that we should expect a presentation of some of that breakdown beyond just the generation fleet in scope 1?
That's a great question. I hadn't completed my thoughts on this slide yet, so I'll move forward. And if I don't answer your question, please ask again. We are looking at scope 1, and some examples in scope 1 are really around fuel storage, natural gas heaters, auxiliary boiler combustion. And so that's a pretty defined space. And that we really have completed what we believe to be identification. We went out with an RFP and we've hired a contractor to come in and help confirm that scope for us. We've hired Ruby Canyon, and so they are getting onboarded, and they will be doing a technical assessment of what we've done in scope 1. They're also going to help us really identify our baseline and help us confirm our baseline on scope 2 and 3. So they bring in that industry expertise that will really help us to define that. So at the end of the year, we anticipate that we will be back to the board with a baseline around our building consumptions and our purchase power end user issues, which are really the majority of what we would see in scope 1 and scope 2 and scope 3 items. So that vendor, Ruby Canyon, is in and is helping us to assess that. And we really anticipate that by the end of the year, probably the January board meeting, that sort of time frame, that we would be back into the board to really let you know what we have found out in terms of our baseline and how we intend to proceed forward into 2021. So you will see that later this year, early into next year. Did that answer your question, Director Williams?
Yep, thanks very much. Sorry for jumping the gun on that one, but I appreciate you having that covered.
Nope, no problem. We're excited to report out, and we have made the commitment that we'll have that baseline done by the end of the year, and we're moving along at a smart pace, and we do anticipate that we will have it ready for you later this year. Next slide, please. So we do conduct all of our operations in a manner that strives for a goal of net zero carbon. What is shown here is the amount of actual megawatts that we have saved as part of our demand response program and our energy efficiency programs. I know that as we went through this in the pre-committee meeting of the systems committee, there was a question about, why are the numbers, the 2019 actuals, higher than the 2020 planned savings? And that's really due to timing. The plan, as we put it together, the plan savings were out for 2020 so that we would have targets before we actually defined all of the actuals coming in from 2019. So it was a pleasant surprise that we had actually saved more than we had anticipated. And we do anticipate that the 2020 actuals will actually be higher, or will come in higher than the 2019 actuals. Overall, you can see that we've had 157, I'm trying to read this, 157.42 actual savings in megawatts over the course of 2019, and we are projecting to be at around 160 and maybe a little bit higher at the end of 2020. I know there was also a question about, do we have the number of participants? And we really don't track the number of participants. The way that we track our energy efficiency is on a dollar basis, not by the number of participants. And so we really look at what the overall benefits are associated with the energy efficiency products. And a reason that we do that is if you just take an air conditioner and you put out a rebate for an air conditioner, you can count that as one participant. But really what we see are the energy savings year over year. And so that's why we count those differently from, it's not just a single participant, but it's a savings on a year over year basis. So that's what's included in these numbers. I would just pause there and ask Julie Comstock if she has anything that she would like to add on this slide before I move on.
Yeah, I would just clarify, we track the participants, but not as something that we report out through the SD7, since the focus is on the efficiencies and the demand reduction that we're gaining.
Thank you, Julie. And Director Bogner, I see you have a question.
Yeah, so under the demand response, are the values there in addition? So 2020, 118 more megawatt than 2019, or is this supposed to be cumulative?
It is cumulative. And so I'm guessing your next question might be, why does it go down? So the 20, is that where you were going to go?
Yes.
Okay. So our 2020 plan was coming out of our demand side management potentiality study last year. And so we realized more in 2019 than what we thought we were going to get to. And so that 2020 plan hasn't been adjusted accordingly, but we expect that it's going to be higher than the 2019 actuals.
Okay, that's what you were describing, Mary. Sorry, I wasn't following along as clearly as I should have been earlier. Thank you very much for that clarification.
No problem. Julie just said it much more eloquently than I did, so thank you, Julie. And Director Williams, I see you have a question as well.
Yeah, following up on the participant numbers, Julie, appreciate the clarification. The question is mostly about, do we know what is the entire potential of participation in either the Cool Smart or the Smart Thermostat program? And are we tracking or projecting forward what we might expect as additional participants and additional opportunities in that area in the future? Every new home that's built, I would hope that we are aggressively working to bring them into the Smart Thermostat program. Is that something that we have a projection on for where we might be going in the future?
Yes, so the product development and marketing team, that is what their focus is how many participants do we currently have and what is the potential marketplace out there. And so they monitor that and they develop their marketing campaigns accordingly. And if Heather Siepken is on the line, she can potentially add some more comments to that.
Heather, you've been unmuted.
Yes. Thank you. Talking to myself over here. So really just to echo exactly what Julie said, part of our goal as marketers is to realize that potential, right? So we're monitoring our what's out there that we could achieve. We are adjusting our marketing campaigns to get there. I would just add that, we do have a lot of products that we're certainly trying to, stretch to our community and make sure that they're aware. So we're pretty cognizant of how much we're, how often and how much we're out there about these. But we're also looking at more unique ways of partnership. Like you said, how can we maybe start talking to builders so that we're not having to knock on each one of these doors and encourage them to participate in the program, but is there some ways to see those savings through other unique marketing opportunities? I think you're going to just continue to see it incrementally grow through the years. Does that help, Director Williams?
Yeah, and I guess the question is kind of from a policy and metric perspective. Is there something that that we need to look at as far as an improvement or a language in SD7 related to some of these, comparing to ourselves, comparing to metrics for the future, comparing to other utilities, to just find out whether or not the cumulative DSM is getting where we want it to be, or if more specifically any of the individual programs are, is there additional support that needs to be provided in order to see some of the success that we're looking for in these areas is kind of where I'm going.
Yeah, this is Tim. I would say I don't think there's any clarity in SD7 that's needed. I think the team, as they begin to build these out, are beginning to do that comparative related piece. And so I don't think we're looking for any needed language or specifics. We'll be doing that as we begin to roll these out and doing the comparisons with others that are doing similar programs and how they may be doing them across the industry. So I'll let Julie and Heather add to that if they want.
Yeah, I was just my response was gonna be, it seems like that's more about the how. I don't think we need anything additional, and those types of metrics seem to be more on the operational and how part.
Great, and then one final question, which is probably in that same realm of how we have one product that's available for the smart thermostat program right now. Is there intention to expand that to additional products? Nest is currently available. Is something like Ecobee or one of the other market leaders, is it possible that we would be able to expand to other products in the future?
Heather, I'll let you respond to that.
Yeah, I can step in and answer that, Director Williams. It actually is on our 2021 plan to expand this program. So in 2020, we had to undertake a project of moving platforms that was, dictated to us through our relationship with Google. So we had to take a step back and, take care of some operational items first. Now that we have that platform in place, you will see it come in November when you look at our corporate operating plan and our list of initiatives that we're planning on doing, is to add at least up to 2 more brands of thermostats by the end of 2021.
Thank you, Heather and Julie. And I think this is really great to show megawatts saved. And I think, Julie, when you did your potentiality study, there was some information that was given about how much it costs, how much each one of these programs costs, like per megawatt. I mean, for the savings that we get from those, and maybe we'll be seeing that at some point. And I don't think it needs to be in SD7, but certainly am interested in costs of these savings to the utility related to the amount of megawatts saved, because then that translates to, okay, what would we have had to spend to generate additional megawatts of electricity? So kind of just the next step on that. But
right. So yeah, again, our focus on the SD7 was about the efficiency. And so that is information that the team is tracking and has available. So we can certainly look at when the appropriate time is to share that. Maybe it's appropriate to share it with the COP information.
Okay, I don't think I see any other hands raised. Next slide, please. Moving on to our electric vehicle rebate program. So Julie and Heather, you're not off the hook yet. As you can see across the different years available, we have had car charger rebates as well as just fleet charger rebates. This year, the fleet and charger rebates are $2,500 each. And then the fleet charger rebate is $500. That is for, if I am correct, and hop in here if I say this wrong, but it is for both residential and businesses, and so they have the same rebate. The new rebates for residential customers, we have 93 of those available that are car and charger combos, and we have 113 that are charger only. In the business realm, we have fleet car and charger combo rebates. There are 36 of those available, and then charger only rebates available are 20. So we continue to move forward with our campaign to promote electric vehicles within OPPD, and we look to continue our partnership with our dealers, the dealerships in the area. Julie or Heather, would you have something to add to this?
I will defer to Heather.
I'm sorry, I'm not, I'm hoping I'm promoted as a panelist here, so I'm off mute. But I really don't have much to add, Mary, thank you. This has been a successful program. We're looking to continue to grow it and to even look at additional grant opportunities for us to expand this program. So look for more to come in the future years.
Okay.
Rick, if you want to go ahead.
Hands up.
Thank you. I appreciate the fact that we've got the program, number one, and that it's leading others in the state, I'm pretty sure. In terms of metrics, I'm wondering if we have some way to figure out impact on market penetration due to our actions. Are we tracking that, or that might?
So Director Yoder, are you speaking about like the emissions that we're saving through offering these rebates?
No, more percentage of cars on the road that are electric vehicles.
We are tracking that, and through our partnership, since this is a grant-supported program, most of the metrics are actually tracked through NCEA and our relationship with UNL. They track the cars on the road, they track emissions being saved, they track usage of the chargers. So there is public reports out there that we could, point you as well as the rest of the board of directors and the public to find some of that data.
Great. It's to be a little more precise in my question. An OPPD, the market share. And when I say cars on the road, not just from 1 to 10, maybe from 20% of the cars driven in the area to 5%. There's a slight difference, and I'm pretty sure NCEA just tracks numbers, not kind of impact on the market. But good, so that'd be a good thing to be asking them, though.
Right. And, we are, working closely with dealerships. We receive reports from the DMV. My answer to that is, we are making an impact. We saw growth nearly triple in terms of the number of EVs on the road in our district after the first year of offering this rebate. So I would say I don't necessarily have any quantitative other than just those numbers that you're referring to, but qualitatively we've also heard from customers that they were maybe on the line or on the fence about purchasing an EV, but by us offering a rebate, it really helped them take that next step. So I do think that we have a market impact. We could probably do a little bit more in, some analysis and provide some analytics around that in the future if you'd like.
That's great. And I think that will help inform the planning effort and net zero by 2050. What percentage would be the right percentage for OPPD to seek consent in its service area? Great, thanks.
Eric, do you have another question, or is your hand raised from before?
Yep, one follow-up. It's similar to the last specific program, but do we have a plan for expanding the charger incentive to other hardware similar to the thermostat program?
So at this time, I assume you're speaking of using vendors other than ChargePoint. The ChargePoint stations that we have out there were grant funded, and so there was a requirement for us to use ChargePoint. In terms of our relationship in the grant we went after with the VW Trust Fund, that was different. We did actually go out to multiple bidders, and so you could perhaps see some different technology enter the market as a result of that. So, the answer to that is sure. We can certainly see some different technology or different vendors out there, but it's certainly going to depend on the situation and where we are receiving funds. I would also just say, again, we go through a pretty stringent process, an RFP process. We actually just did that with NCEA this year, and ChargePoint still came out to be the leader in terms of technology that we would like to see out in the market. So we will continue to look at that and evaluate our options as we grow.
And I have asked about this in the past, but if there's a funding-based limitation on the technology that we can offer, I guess I'm curious if there's some type of a discussion we should have about where the funding comes from for some of these innovative programs. And again, there's not a specific answer here now, but just as we look forward, finding ways for OPPD to recognize the difference between the very preliminary funding necessary to get something off the ground and next stage funding, because we recognize that revenue from electric vehicles is beneficial to our organization and we should be directly investing in that in the COP. I'm curious how we make the evaluation of when we've crossed that threshold and when that becomes core to our business model rather than something new that should be only expanded based on grant funding outside of our organization. So I don't expect an answer today, but that is kind of why I'm asking what is the timeline and what is the process by which we evaluate those types of decisions into the future.
I just want to clarify, Mary, this electric vehicle rebate program is just the one that we do through NCEA, not doesn't include the ones we're installing publicly, correct? Through the VW Fund initiative.
This slide here is just the rebate. This isn't reflecting any of the charging stations. This is just the rebates, which would be the home charging stations, as you can see, the just started fleet charging stations, but not the public charging stations. Since there's not a rebate on that, that was grant funds that paid for us to have those purchased and installed.
Thank you.
Yeah, to Director Williams' question, I think, this is the second year we began to offer the rebate program. And so part of it is to, over a period of time, to look at kind of a broad group of data and understand from a ChargePoint side when, how energy is utilized, what would that look like, what's the margin generated from that, from a corporate operating plan, and on what we fund from a revenue generation source. And so, I mean, that's part of why we want to collect the data and have the data collected and be able to do that. So part of that will come from Heather and Julie's kind of market group that says, hey, this product, just to either confirm or ascertain your your thought is that is it really a revenue generator? And it may be a revenue generator, but not a margin generator. And so how would we support it in the future? So that's part of the data that they'll take a look at. But we wanted a little bit longer data and understand what that looks like. And then as we get into some of the decarbonization activity, you know, as we get into the stakeholder process, we'll begin to, you know, do a deeper dive with customers on where those price points may be based on some of those economics, where we'll have an idea on kind of what we are willing to give, but also get back from a revenue source to, you know, make it a beneficial program long term.
And following on Rick's comment earlier, as we look forward, the goal here, net zero by 2050, if other sectors are moving in that same direction, if we assume that something like 80% of light duty vehicle transportation becomes electrified, the cumulative energy in transportation would be equal to or greater than all energy that we currently produce at OPPD. And so over the next few decades, it's going to be very critical that we understand the scope of the impact. And I hope that we are setting proactive policies to say we are in front of recognizing how this works, incentives for off-peak charging, those types of things, so that we are welcoming this transition into our operations rather than the transition happening around us to which we are, required to respond. And again, I apologize for taking this outside of some of the focus here, but I do think that proactive policy in an area that has such a large potential impact on the timeline of the goal that we're talking about now is very important.
Yeah, I think to your point earlier, our intent is to gather the facts and the data. I think to your point earlier on the federal policy piece, let us do the facts and the data as we would in a market truly on a market product development piece to understand what that looks like, so we can begin to develop the program appropriately. So that's exactly what Heather and Julie and their teams will be doing. So.
And I would add to that is that they are tied in with what we're doing on the decarbonization work. And so those two teams are working very closely together to make sure that we get this incorporated into those activities as well.
If I may, I have my hand up.
I was going to say,
before we move to the next topic, I really appreciate the conversation between Director Williams and Tim Burke. One just perspective that I would like to add, and Director Williams, you've mentioned this many times about the business model of electric vehicle using more electricity. I disagree with that one bit. I would say, just to complement that view, is it's not just adding more use of electricity, it's adding more efficient use of our infrastructure. We can have more people using more electricity, but if that means that we're going to have to install a lot more infrastructure to meet that, from a cost perspective, we are an at-cost utility, so we pass those costs back to our customer owners. I think the attractive piece of electric vehicles and the electrification of transportation is that it provides us with a great opportunity for us to make a more efficient use of the assets we own, therefore making it more efficient for all customer owners, and ultimately resulting in not only the environmental benefit, which is huge, but also an affordability element in there, in that we're using our costs in a much better way, and we have less idle infrastructure. So that to me is, it's if we start adding more electric vehicles, whether it's via chargers or policy, it's can we use our existing infrastructure better, more efficiently? That's it. Thank you.
We're here for off-peak electric vehicle charging, right?
Yeah.
That could be one. Yeah, exactly.
And that leads us to the next slide, which is really what is the impact? What is the environmental impact that we're seeing as a result of our rebate program? As you can see, over the last few years, we've made some significant contributions, and we really saved 455,625 kilograms of greenhouse gas emissions as a result of the conversions that have occurred 2 electric vehicles. And that's the equivalent of almost 12,000 trees and letting them grow for 10 years. So it has made a difference in the environment, and we will continue to look at this program as we've discussed. And I think that all good discussion and points that were brought out, it gives us things that we need to look at and strive to do in the future. Next slide, please. So moving from that to how do we conduct our business in a manner that meets all environmental and regulatory standards and really go beyond that compliance where practical. And so we put this slide together to show you what the differences were. On the left-hand side, you see standard compliance, 35 environmental regulated permits that we hold both in air, water, waste, and natural resources. So a lot of permits there. We do conduct different monthly, quarterly, and semi-annual and annual internal inspections. And those can come from NDPS or NDEE at NCS at Nebraska City and North Omaha Station. We also have one virtual radiation inspection by the Department of Health and Human Services. We facilitated multiple inspections from the City of Omaha at North Omaha, Nebraska City, Sarpy County, and Cass County. So we do a lot of different inspections in order to ensure that we not only meet our environmental permits, but that they are enforced and that the regulatory agencies agree that we are meeting those. Beyond compliance, we put in effect earlier this year the plant-wide applicability limit for Nebraska Station. And I'll talk a little bit more in that as we go through a few slides from now. We are getting to be a low emitter status in all of our coal-fired units with the exception of NC1, and I'll talk about that in a minute. We had a strong focus from our operations staff to get our opacity excursions down to near zero, and even during startup and shutdown, we're approaching that and really trying to ensure that we are paying attention to that as we operate these facilities. We comply with all stormwater requirements, even though they're not required at Sarpy County, Cass County, and Jones Street Station. We do land applying sediment from our settling basins for soil amendment instead of landfilling it. And then our prairie in progress. As you know, we have gone out and tried to really reinstall milkweed for the monarch butterfly as they migrate through. We have an avian protection program, and we're working to conduct bird surveys in order to ensure that we know how that avian program is working. Next slide, please. We're also doing something that we started this year in our transformer oil and our PCB sampling. We have a database of our transformers. Those transformers, there's about 21,000 of them with unknown PCB levels. And so we've taken on the large project of going out and trying to sample each and every one of those to understand what the level of PCBs is within those 21,000 transformers. That's 21,000 out of 90,000. So it is a small percentage, but it is something that we want to pay attention to. The transformers that we've inspected this year have been over 1,600. That was put on pause a little bit due to the COVID impact, but we've started that back up again. We have found transformers, 79 of them, that have parts per million between 50 and 499. And we have found 0 that are over 500, which is the limit. So we will continue to do the sampling, and we will move forward with understanding and putting into our database the actual PCB levels. Once we get through the sampling program, we will have a targeted replacement of these as they age, and to make sure that we are addressing any issues that would be associated with those. Next slide, please. So here's the low emitter status. As you can see here, that we have achieved low emitter status for all of our units with the exception of Nebraska City 1. Nebraska City 1, about 7 quarters ago, had a 51%. We have to be at 50% in order to be at low emitter status of hydrochloric acid as we tested for that. That HCl came in just slightly over, and so we had to start over with our quarters. We've now completed 6 out of 12 successfully, and we anticipate that as we get through the next 6 that we will have NC1 in low emitter status for that component as well. We do not have applicability for the mercury on Nebraska City 1 and 2. The reason for that is because we use continuous monitoring in those locations. The rest of all of the units do meet those requirements, and so what that really says is that we are 50% below the compliance threshold for those units as required by the EPA. Next slide. So moving on, we want to be transparent in how we measure and report our environmental performance. And as such, we have reworked our environmental part of our website. You can see out there today we have environmental programs and environmental reports. So if you're interested in the programs that we have, such as the Prairie in Progress, you can click on that and easily get to there. If you want to know how we're doing environmentally at our units, that information is also available, and I will move to those slides in just a second. I do want to say that as we have put this in place, we've seen over 10,000 page views since it went into effect in July of last year. So over the course of a year, we've had 10,000 page views. And the average time spent on page is just a little bit over a minute. So we are getting the viewing that we want, and it's readily available to our customer owners should they have more of an interest. Next slide, please. We do have these graphs out on that website, and so for each component here, I will go through and show you where our annual emissions have been. We've had a 21% decrease over the last 10 years in our CO2 emissions, and as you know, we have committed to retire North Omaha Units 1, 2, and 3 in the end of 2023 and convert Units 4 and 5 from coal-fired generation to gas generation, and we'll have another step change there as we proceed with that change at those units. Next slide. In terms of our SO2 emissions, as you can see here, we've also had a decline in those, about a 35% decrease over the last 10 years. I reported last year when we did the SD7 that we had taken on the activity of making sure that we brought in lower sulfur coal, balancing that with our operational requirements. And so we've been able to see some difference here over the course of the years we've done that. Our permit, our PAL permit, limits us to just over 17,000 tons of SO2. And by doing so, this year we voluntarily reduced that total plant output by 55% by putting the PAL in place for the Nebraska City Station. And so we continue to work to increase our environmental performance, not only on this emission, but other emissions as well. Next slide. On our NOx emissions, same story here, 51% decrease over the last 10 years. And our NOx limitations on our PAL permit at the Nebraska City Station, we took a voluntary reduction of about 31%. And so we are learning to operate within our PAL permit and are doing extremely well for the first year. And we will continue to drive these permitted emissions lower as we move forward in our operations. Next slide. Mercury, 95% decrease over the last 10 years. Prior to 2012, we were using an estimated methodology. After that time, we are now using continuous monitoring. To give you an idea, we decreased from 969 pounds in 2010 to 48 pounds in 2019, so significant progress. And just to give you an idea of what 48 pounds of mercury is, it's less than a 2-liter bottle for both North Omaha Station and Nebraska City Station over an annual basis. North Omaha 4 is less than a coffee cup, and North Omaha 5 is less than half of a coffee cup. So again, we are in low emitter status on all of our units in regards to mercury emissions. Next slide. I'll pause here. I see there are some questions.
Yep, I guess my hand was up. On the slides there are 4 different graphs, and while the CO2 emissions graph is somewhat truncated on the vertical axis, the other 3 are trending down and to the right, and that is a great accomplishment. So I appreciate the fact that the SOx, NOx, mercury, that all of that is trending down to the right, and particularly, again, because the bottom line in those graphs is 0 emissions, and seeing the absolute reduction and the percentage reduction over the last 10 years is an excellent accomplishment. So kudos to everyone who has followed through and met the regulatory requirements, but also gone above and beyond in those other areas. And these graphs verify that, yes, we are targeting down to that 0 emissions goal that would be the best possible case. And so in all of these other areas, very glad to see that down and to the right on the emissions graphs.
Thank you, Director Williams. Okay, next slide. We do advocate and educate. I thought we'd start with something fun. As you know, we have a peregrine falcon nest at the top of our North Omaha station. And from April to July of 2020, we had a live feed that reached over 4 million people worldwide. We do have 3 banded chicks on the Memorial Day weekend. We had a naming contest. The male is named Flash, and then 2 females named Flicker and Storm, which really tells you kind of what the theme was there, Flash, Flicker, and Storm. Next slide. We do also advocate and educate in other areas. We have letters and testimony to support our operational environment for solar in various jurisdictions. We've also promoted through our Speakers Bureau to educate our policymakers on items such as electric vehicles, decarbonization plan, battery storage, and renewable energy portfolio. And we have provided the Power with Purpose presentations. I think Lisa Olson and myself, we could finish each other's sentences as we go through this now that we've done so many, but we've gone out to the county commissioners in Sarpy County. We've gone to the Sarpy County Wastewater Agency, city administrators of Bellevue, La Vista, Papillion, Springfield, and Gretna, Gretna City Council, Springfield Planning Commissioners, and Springfield City Council members. So we've done a significant impact or significant sweep of trying to educate our local, state, and federal governments on not only Power with Purpose, but other important renewable energy topics as well. Next slide. We also do energy efficiency education. We have gone out and done over 300 customers and students presentations. We've touched through 12 different presentations in 2019. We presented at Facebook and various other elementary schools, Bennington, Women's Club, and other presentations as customers are requesting. We also have an interactive home and expanded energy efficiency tips page and uses calculation and new do-it-yourself videos. So lots of information out there for our customer owners who want to engage in energy efficiency education. And I will just pause there to see if Julie or Heather have anything to add on this slide.
I would just share that the team has really upped the game on what we're providing, as Heather's put her team together for the product development and marketing group, that they've done a fantastic job of getting information out there. And Eric Bensalaw, who's in these pictures, as the energy advisor, is just really getting out in the community and has done a great job. And obviously that's changing a little bit with the virtual world we're living in, but he's finding ways for us to be there too and get this information promoted to our customers. So I appreciate the work that they've been doing.
Director Yoder, did you have a question?
I do, thank you. It's great to see this high level of activity and interaction with our customers. I'm wondering, for the purposes of these reports, is there some metric that is possible for us to understand any changes in behavior or any other kinds of outcomes from that interaction?
Mary,
okay.
This is Heather. Director Yoder, it's a fantastic question, and it's one that we ask ourselves very regularly as we've brought Eric to our team and we've expanded these presentations. I don't have a metric today in full disclosure, but recognize that certainly there is one that we need to build. So we're looking at ways that we can kind of post-survey some of our, classrooms and presentations to figure out what kind of behavioral changes they've made. Is there a way that we can somehow use the data if we know the homes that were visited and or in attendance of a presentation? Can we study the trends of their energy usage to see if it's making a difference? We have ideas, but I'm going to be, again, honest, it's kind of on our, backlog of we know we need to get there and we're not there quite yet.
That's great. I appreciate your candor, and I'm glad you're working towards it. Something for next year's report, perhaps.
Okay, seeing no other questions. Next slide, please. So our customer-owned generation process, we've, as I think the term was just used, upped our game on this as well. We put out a new process. It went live in April of this year. The goals of putting this process in place was to update the knowledge for frontline personnel regarding our circuits that have customer-owned generation, to smooth the customer path in requesting and from start to finish, and so they're never left wondering and how to interact with OPPD, to clear customers' points of contact, make it easy for them to find people and to get answers to their questions. We have internal roles and expectations, so we wanted to eliminate some gaps and duplication that we had in the roles of some of the OPPD personnel through this process. We've gone out with stakeholder and operational education, providing the team with main contractors in the area. And we've gone through customer experience to meet both customers and contractors and to learn their ideas and challenges as to how we can perform better together. And then on metrics and measures, we want to ensure the new process had ways to be quantitatively and qualitatively assessed in its performance. And I'll pause to see if we have any, and I do see Director Yoder has a question also.
I do, thank you. So this is interesting. I really think that the team has done a great job removing barriers for customer-owned generation here. I think this is great. Does OPPD have a goal, or does SD7 provide sufficient direction to indicate that that an increase in customer-owned generation is a desire, or maybe ask it a different way, how big is the market, or how big does OPPD want that market?
Director Yoder, this is Julian. I would just say, I think that our customer-owned generation process discussion really stemmed out of the integrated energy marketplace. And some of that work Heather's team has been carrying out, but it also weaves into the strategic initiative for the decarbonization plan. And so I believe those types of goals are going to be set and established through the work of that team. And there is one that's specifically focused on customer within that overarching decarbonization effort. So Mary, I don't know if you see that the same way. I believe that's the direction we're going with this.
I think the team is working on it, and we're really excited to see what they come up with. But I do agree that that is the direction that we're headed.
I think it also has some work to do, as I believe Director Bogner talked about on the Finance Committee, a little bit about standby rates and some of the rate impacts and what that may look like, to make sure that those costs are balanced with the or the rates are balanced with the costs and the benefits. And so that'll be something that will roll out of some of that work over the next year or so on the rate activity as well.
Is it fair to say that the direction we go is also contemplated in what we're doing from a 2050 vision standpoint?
Yeah, I would say yes. It would be, as we begin to lay out some of the scenarios that the board will have the opportunity to kind of engage in over the next coming months. This is becoming part of that. How do you begin to do that? How do you begin to meter, record, bill rates, impact around that? How does it become part of your portfolio? That's part of the conversation. And it obviously stems back to SD7, which is the net zero carbon, and how do we get there, and what does that look like? And to Javier's point before, we also want to make sure that we begin to think about the integration of these kinds of customer-owned generation and the impacts on the system and the benefits to the system as well. So that'll be part of the work that we'll be doing over the course of the next year or so.
I would just add on the decarbonization side that it's included as part of our modeling, as part of that wide range of activities and generation technologies that we've been looking at. And it's going to be critical that we put in the right criteria to make sure that we evaluate those going forward, to make sure that we have a clear path forward to 2050 and that net zero carbon goal that is in SD7.
If I may, and thank you, Tim, for mentioning that, that's part of the 2050 strategy. And you know, without revealing a lot of details, because it's still in the making, I think part of it is us acknowledging that the ultimate goal is for customers to enjoy energy services, regardless of who provides them, regardless of how we charge them. It's really ultimately the goal is for the customer owner or the person who lives in our service territory to enjoy that energy service. Customer-owned generation is one way of doing that, and I think the issue here is in the details on making sure that we have rate design that appropriately allocates costs, that promotes that, make sure that we have processes that don't put our reliability and our safety in danger, make sure that we have good policies that continue to promote that, the environmental aspect of customer-owned generation, in this case renewable or in solar panels. So it's all of the above, and I think it's very clearly we are moving in that direction. We need to make sure that we move in a thoughtful manner so that we don't create unplanned outcomes on cost, on reliability, on safety, on environmental pieces. But clearly, that's where we're going.
Thank you, everybody.
So following on Rick's question there, and what I thought I heard Julie say was that during the decarbonization study, one of the end outcomes would be a determination of the most beneficial amount of distributed generation that we would be working toward in the future. Did I hear that correctly?
I don't know that it's the amount as much as it is the technologies that are most efficient for us. And then we would look to the customer group in Julie's group to help us to determine what would be the participation rate of those customers, and it's twofold. One is the generation type and what is most beneficial, but I think also it's the penetration and how many customers really do want to engage in this activity. Back to what I think Javier was alluding to before, if we have energy as a service and certain customers want to own their own generation and others do not, we want to be respectful to all of our customer owners and to provide them with the services that they choose at that time.
And I would say, Director Williams, and I personally appreciate this conversation. It's a great engagement for me, at least. But I think it's important for us to remember, having specific quotas or goals too early in the process could have the negative consequences, like what we saw in California just a few weeks ago. Right, the advent of solar generation without the the backup fossil fuel generation that could potentially cause rolling blackouts. So I think it's important for us to move forward. I think it's important also for us to learn from policies that haven't necessarily worked that well, and how do we transition into this future without putting the reliability of the system at risk.
Yeah, I understand that, and I am looking forward to more comprehensive reports from the consequences in California and some of what led to that, because gas plants going offline was certainly a part as well. But I guess the question here, and Rick has pointed it out in the past, is that the determination of how many people would like to participate in a program is largely driven by the policies we put in place with rates and other encouragement. And so as a market maker, as a sole provider of electricity, just responding to who would like to participate, I think misses one of the steps of predetermining how would we like to see that happen. And I know that is something we are working on in the decarbonization investigation. And I'm not pushing for a goal too early or too aggressively, but a customer-led response without any kind of a proactive understanding of what we would like to see as the most net beneficial outcome feels like it is missing some of that market maker aspect that is part of a sole provider or a monopoly electric provider. And so I just want to make sure that we keep that in mind as we set policies in different areas, including rates, including outreach, including generation targets, and the balance of centralized generation with distributed generation. So again, I appreciate the fact that is a key part of the decarbonization investigation, and I look forward to hearing how that is resolved when we get to the end of the report next year.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised. If we go to the next slide, please. So growth in customer-owned generation, we just wanted to show you a little bit about some of what we've been tracking and monitoring here. This graph shows the annual growth of small customer facilities producing 25 kilowatts or less, and this is both residential and commercial. The study is, the data is reported through EIA annually, and the graph contains both solar and wind, so, and one hydro facility. So we are making progress. You can see that it is almost 160 customers that are participating, which is a small fraction, and to, I think, the point that was just made by Director Williams, we will continue to work with our customers and understand how it is that we can increase this or put programs in place that are acceptable to our customers going forward.
And Mary, as this was something I asked for to be included in the slide. Thank you for including this. This is very helpful. This is kind of what I was expecting to see in the graph, meaning that it is trending up and to the right, the opposite of the emissions. And so thank you for providing this visual presentation. And I hope this is something that we can kind of continually update and make available, possibly in the area of that net metering annual report, but something that visually shows the change over time. So again, thanks very much for having this.
Thank you to Julie Comstock and her team. They pulled this together. So again, this is a corporate-wide review of how we're doing environmentally. Lots of activities from Lisa Olson and her group on the environmental side. Lots of activities on our customer side and the T&D side as well. So it really is supply chain. Everyone has contributed to this, facilities and Kate Brown's organization as well. If we go to the next slide. As a result of that, recommendation came from the System Management Committee that the monitoring report for SD7 is complete and recommends that the board find OPPD is sufficiently in compliance with board policy SD7. That concludes my report.
That's great. This is Rick. You jumped to that before I still had a hand up, or I put a hand up on the graph immediately prior to that. Thank you. So just rule of thumb, you know, kind of citing it here. If I look at the residential, it looks like the growth is mostly in residential versus, and that's what contributes to the total going up as fast as it has. And then citing it in, I choose a point that's easy for me to see and look for when it's doubled. It looks like it's doubling about every 3 years. So that would rule of 72 be, you know, about 20-25% growth per year. That it's this kind of graph, and great. Director Williams, thanks for asking for it. And again, thanks to everybody for providing it. This is why I asked, you know, how big should it be? And I think that was a question I already asked and was already answered sufficiently. But it's kind of nice to have it tied back to these numbers. Thank you.
Thank you.
I've just got a couple comments. The first thing that I'll say, and I'm sure Ann and Mike can offer, and perhaps Tim a little bit less so, but offer some context for how just the amount of progress that's been made is really impressive. Really impressive. I remember some of the earlier conversations we had when I first joined the board, and like it's unbelievable how much progress we've made. And then when you get terribly excited when I think about the decarbonization initiative and Vision 2050, like the, you know, we're doing some phenomenal work here, and I'm really impressed with the way that the team has pulled this together. It's really exciting, and I appreciate everyone's commitment. And it's everyone, right? Like the SD7 was intentionally written to not just be about the fleet. It's about our operations. And so I appreciate that holistic view of it. I have two comments, and these I'll just make these as comments, and I don't know that I necessarily am looking for any response necessarily, but I'll just share what's on my mind as I've kind of looked through this a couple of times. One is, you know, we talk a lot about metrics and outcomes, and I think that's a good conversation most of the time. One of the things that I feel like I've found myself thirsting for a little bit in this report was wondering how we stack up. Kind of this idea of best in class, and just kind of curious about how do we fit within, you know, other utilities of similar size. Like I don't know what that could be a cat herding exercise, and I'm not going to necessarily suggest that we do that for all these metrics, but I think there might be some that might be interesting for us to look at in terms of how we compare to others. Comment for later, not a big deal for now, but like I said, just wanted to offer that thought. And then the other thing that's on my mind, especially as it relates to environmental sustainability or environmental stewardship and how we're looking at it, I'm mindful of which direction the United Nations is going with Sustainable Development Goals and them being much more holistic. Again, I think I'm really impressed with the way that we've grown our definition of that. But in the times that we're in, I'm always mindful of the impact that we have. And typically, and this is not necessarily for us, it could be us, but the disproportionate effect that we have on Black and Brown people, and how what we're doing has affected them more negatively than it affects people that look like me, quite honestly. So again, that's a comment. That's nothing that I think we necessarily need to consider. Maybe it was something that should have been brought up at the workshop. I don't know. But that's, you know, thinking about how much that racial equity conversation is part of the, you know, the conversation we're having as a community and as a country. That's something that I've kind of got on the back of my mind as I think about the great progress we're making and how to ensure that we're doing it for all people is something that's on my mind. Don't know where to go with that. Don't know what to do with it. That's something that I'm still sort of listening and learning about, but just thought I would offer that comment.
Craig, if I can jump in there, yeah, the idea of environmental justice and disparate impact is extremely challenging in terms of how to both measure it, quantify it, isolate it to the specific causes, and then set objectives for future improvement. And so I appreciate you mentioning that. That's something that's also critically important to me. But I don't know how we begin to tackle that, and so I appreciate the idea that we keep that in mind and try and figure out how do we measure ourselves in this area, and how do we make sure that we are not missing something in the environmental justice area, particularly because for far too long that has been completely out of the discussion. Now that it is much more in the discussion, as it should be, how do we make sure that we have effective ways to measure and improve in that area? And I also don't really have any idea of how to be comprehensive there. But I do hope that as some of the decarbonization work moves forward, that we can also keep that equity and environmental justice lens in mind. So thank you for mentioning that, and thank you for the team to keep that in the center of the discussion that we are continuing to have moving forward.
I'm going to jump in and just say I think that this is where external stakeholders can really help shed some light on what we need to be looking at during that 2050 visioning process and the decarbonization. And so making that stakeholder engagement process really effective is going to help uncover those issues that that we don't know about, that maybe our subject matter experts internal to OPPD aren't aware of either. So that's why we need that, right? So thank you very much, Mary. This is an excellent report, and I look forward to seeing how it continues into the future. This is exciting stuff. Thank you.
Craig, your
I
hand is
also
still
agree.
up. Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead, Ann.
No, you go ahead, Denise.
No, I just saw Craig's hand was up. I didn't know if he had something else to say, but go ahead. I think he's taking it down now.
No, I just wanted to say I agree that we have the tremendous amount of expansion that we've had in the environmental sensitivity program is just amazing. We've gone way over than whatever I wanted. It continues to increase, and I'm really happy with it. I really like the new website. That was one thing that was always said we needed to improve, and it has been improved now. We can go and see and figure out how energy efficient our home is or how we can improve it. We really didn't have all those tools, and we do have them now. And in the past year, kudos to everybody on that. Thanks for everything. It's a great report. Best report we've had. And just think if each year we can have a better report. Wouldn't it be great?
Thank you.
Mike or Tim, did you have anything to say? I know you're on the committee and we had a good discussion about it.
No, I'm fine.
Okay, thanks.
I'm fine.
All right. So I just want to recognize that sometimes these monitoring reports are kind of, you cut and paste from last year and it's, just an update. This was a totally new product. And I just want to recognize and give kudos to the entire organization and everyone who committed time and energy and expertise to making this presentation. I think if we do look at comparing ourselves to other organizations, we're top notch. OPPD employees and management and staff have just done an excellent job in really stepping up to meet the intent of the board when we made the changes to SD7. And so just want to thank you all for your work and appreciate the time and effort that went into it during really difficult time. So thank you, Mary, Julie, Javier, everyone who contributed to this report, and thanks to the entire organization for making it happen.
Yeah, thanks, Janice. I would say just one other thing. I think this is a great example of how the board sets a strategic directive in SD7 and then allowing the management team to begin to craft and develop the work that goes to that. To me, it's a great example. And so you have the whole organization that has taken this SD in this report, and we get it. We understand the direction that we're going. Now, do we have all the pieces and all the things tied together to get there? Not yet, but we're understanding, we're developing, and we will get there. And part of it is you just sometimes have to do these things incrementally, and allow the team to begin to identify kind of the best work that needs to be done in order to get there. So I want to thank the board, one, for laying out this strategic directive, but two, allowing us now to begin to develop what that looks like, because out of that comes the decarbonization strategic initiative. Out of that comes the vision, Powering the Future 2050. And that's what an SD should do, is provide, even as broadly as this is written. And I think it's one of the more broadly recognized SDs to allow then the management team to begin to execute it. So I just want to thank you for that. So.
And if I may, Lisa, would you put on your video? I just want to recognize that it's really through the leadership of the environmental organization, and really recognize Russ Baker. This is Russ's last SD7 report, and he has contributed significantly to the leadership on our environmental program over the years. And Lisa, I just want to give you an opportunity. I want to thank Russ, and I'm sure you do as well.
Yeah, thank you, Mary. In fact, I was just putting that in the chat. So once again, you're completing my thoughts and vice versa of how that's been going. But I would like Russ to turn on his camera as well, just to thank him so much for everything. And I promise I'll try not to tear up again. He has made such an impact on this organization and is leaving such a great legacy with a great team and so forth. So Russ, thank you to you and your leadership. And like I said, we're going through the interview process, and these are really tough shoes to fill. So just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for that pause, Mary. Russ?
Thanks,
My
Russ.
pleasure. And it does take a team. I've got great folks that I get to work with, both on my team and the peers that I work with, and of course the leadership that I get from senior management. I just want to thank all of you so much for all the contributions everybody's made, and so thank you. I really appreciate it.
Hey, before you go, one probably lesser known fact of what Russ does is he is also an incident commander on our business continuity team. And so in addition to all the contributions to environmental stewardship, Mr. Baker was really, really busy this morning convening a group of people to work around potential civil unrest. He's been working tirelessly on COVID-19 infectious disease plan. He led the organization last year when we were dealing with the flooding crisis we had last year. So, Ross, what you've done to this organization goes well beyond what was said here. So my gratitude goes out to you. I'm indebted. Thank you.
Thank you, Javier. Very kind. I appreciate it.
Does that mean we have to hire 2 people to take over Russ's jobs? Thank you, Russ. We're going to really miss you.
Thank you, Director McGuire.
Throughout the years.
Thank you so much. It's been my pleasure and an honor. I can't tell you how grateful and fortunate I am to be doing this great work with such great people. It's just a great pleasure. Thank you.
We'll miss you, Russ.
Thank you for allowing me to take that one deviation. I appreciate it. That's the end of my review.
Thanks. So Eric, did you have one more you
Yeah.
wanted to bring up?
So yeah, the recommendation is on the screen. I realize I had a lot of points or questions or comments throughout the report, but just in summary, I wanted to, again, show appreciation to the entire staff, specifically including Russ on your last report, and Mary and everyone who worked on this. And again, the progress that we've seen has been tremendous. And so I do agree that sufficiently in compliance with the policy as written is the appropriate review. And so I just wanted to clarify, because I know that I had a lot to say, but I want to make sure that it doesn't seem as though I'm not appreciative of everything. So I wanted to make sure that I'm clear that the progress has been tremendous, and I look forward to continued updates and continued progress.
And I think that as we've done with other monitoring reports that are this important and of this magnitude, we'll probably ask that this not be on the consent agenda, and that that we have an opportunity to comment in the board meeting about this great work, because it was a big push for all of you, and I do appreciate it. So we'll probably not have this on the consent agenda.
Sounds
Craig,
good.
Craig, I think that ends my Systems and Nuclear Oversight Committee report.
Very good, Director Molhoff. Well done. You're 3 minutes ahead of schedule, so.
Oh, yay.
Well done.
Awesome.
Okay, so that means it's lunchtime. So let's go ahead and stop and break for lunch. We'll come back at 2:15. Use that extra 3 minutes to get outside and stretch your legs. It's a beautiful day. And we will reconvene at 12:15 p.m. for public information. We'll get started here in about 1 minute.
I'm back.
Okay, I see Directors Mulhoff, Bogner, Yoder, Gay. Director Williams, you present? Director McGuire, Director Kavanaugh. There we go. Okay, well that is a quorum. And I have 12:15, so let's go ahead and get started. We are on to public information. Director Yoder.
All right, thank you very much. Mo, if you could bring up the notes, thank you very much. We met on September 8th. Director was unable to attend, but I did follow up later with a one-on-one discussion with Director Gay on the items that the committee discussed. BL9, delegation to President and CEO, the board, as you know, the work group, the public information work group has been working on a proposed draft of a legislative resolution for the board. And the long story short is that's going to stay in committee. The process has been one that has been amply assisted by Lisa Olson and her team. Walk through each of the strategic directives and identify related to those directives that would merit vacation perhaps or a pronouncement by the board to management to clarify issues that the board felt needed to be clarified. So thank you for that. And it was work that led us to a rather long list without, as we found, not without, but with what we found at last full board committee discussion, that it did not seem to have, most of them did not seem to have any kind of real impact on how Tim Burke and his team would be addressing the unicameral or federal government. So with that input and the encouragement of more than one director to narrow down the number of bullets, I went back in and highlighted those. I highlighted 4 bullets, and I believe that's, I know that's in diligent for the board to see. Those 4 bullets that, there we go. Thank you, Mo. So in orange that are likely to have, with further finessing, some impact on how Lisa's team would be working with legislators. So that's not a final document, that's a working document, and that will be staying in committee. So that's the update on that. I do encourage, especially in the time of year we're in, as we are at the state level, especially looking towards new legislation that's being written, I do encourage board members to highlight any specific language they would like to see in a legislative resolution and make this Public Information Committee aware of that. And the committee will be trying to deliver something for full board consideration next month. That would not be action next month. That would be for further input and consideration. That's my understanding of that particular bullet. First, and because this, I have relied on conversation with other board members, I'm going to first, and relied pretty heavily on the other members of the PI committee. I'm going to ask those other members of the PI committee to comment on this legislative resolution that we've been working on, and then offer it out for the other board members. Director McGuire, I see you're talking, but I think you're muted.
Yeah, I just wanted to unmute. Yeah, I think the thing that we have to discuss, and I would like the entire board to sort of, since we've narrowed this down to 4 things, whether or not these can go under the actual SD rather than have a legislative resolution, because I think right now, right now the legislative team looks at all of our SDs and based on that goes to the resolution. So the question is, do we really need this quote unquote legislative resolution every year? Or, you know, does the PI committee every year sort of look at things and hotspots and sort of direct that back to that specific SD? So I guess that's what my thing is, that if everyone would look at these things, does a lot of this stuff to me would be in SD7, to go back to SD7, except for what was the last one I think that we had that was not SD7.
It's
but
broadband.
To look at that.
Yeah,
broadband.
That one's broadband, and I think more rightly goes with economic development.
Correct.
So when I open up the hands up, I saw that Tim's hand was up, and Tim, if you're going in Tim Gay, if you're going in a different direction, then we'll leave this for other people to respond to. Direction.
I don't know yet. Well, I was going to give the discussion that we talked about, that if you're going to be engaged, you need to be engaged. Every year it's going to change, so you can keep adding or deleting to this list. But no, I'll be open. I just wanted to, you asked for committee members' comments. That's what we had talked about in our private conversation, I thought, a little bit. So I was just throwing it out there so people kind of knew what we talked about, right?
I think thank you for bringing that up, and I think that's on point at least partially to Ann's comment. So Ann, as I understand, you're suggesting that 3 of these bullets are would fit into SD7 a little bit, not restructuring, but adding some kind of edit to SD7, and that would be a preferred approach to doing an annual resolution. Tim, I think I just heard you say that a resolution is useful if it's done every year. So am I summarizing those 2 points okay? Okay.
I guess, yes. Hey, I'm just saying, I guess, let me rephrase this. I'll listen to the rest of what the other board members who aren't on the committee want to say, but to give direction, in the upcoming session, yes, resolutions are good, because I think what you're looking for, what we had talked about, is a way to publicly state these are what's important to board members. The board members, elected official board members that are giving direction to the team. And if you're going to do that, then a resolution is the way to go. If you want to give them more leeway, it's not the way to go. So that's what I'm saying.
Thank you for the clarification. Director Williams?
I'm sorry, did you say Williams, Rick?
I did say Director Williams.
Great, thank you. Yeah, and following up the balance of legislative resolution compared to strategic directive update, looking at the language on the screen now, I'm curious how some of these things would be incorporated into a strategic directive and be reflected in a monitoring report, because if they are legislative items outside of the direct control of OPPD, there wouldn't necessarily really be any direct action unless the monitoring report would reflect our engagement on that subject. So I guess I'm just curious how the transition from a position on how we engage in a legislative sense comes back to a strategic directive bullet point or other executable kind of policy. So I'd be curious to hear how that might occur, or if that's something that we would need to be discussing in the future.
I'm wondering if Lisa could comment on that, because I think Lisa might have an idea on that.
No, I appreciate that, directors. The team did put a lot of time into this. Thank you to Tim O'Brien, Seth, and Michaela and Kelly Fleming on this. What we started with was all of the thoughts that you had as a committee, and then really overlaid them with all of the SDs. So this is a lot like SD7, where it really is part of a lot of the SDs as well. And so what we've done is we tried to bracket it down, and then it's gone back and bracketed it down again. So the answer is we don't know yet, because it does have an impact on so many different SDs. But that after PI, we were talking through as a group of how could we proceed with that. So as Chair Yoder had said, it's going to stay in committee for right now so that we can work through some of these and then come back to you with a recommendation on that.
Thank you, Lisa, for the explanation. Director Moody, did you want to make a statement at this point?
Well, just quickly, I feel like we literally just finished SD7, and I remember several comments about how it's pretty well structured. We've got the right direction. So I'm hesitant to now start to layer new things into there. And I think if I heard Lisa correctly, and this is to your original comment on your process here, Rick, this needs to go back to committee for further refinement. Let's let that process play out and then see what the committee comes back with. I've got an action item to take a look and see what things I think are most important, and I can certainly do that. But
right.
And
so thank you.
Director Yoder, may I add that one of the other items that we talked about was a work plan and so forth. So that may be something else that we pursue as well. So just wanted to offer that up for consideration.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that, VP Olson. That was part of the discussion that we had on Tuesday, that this is last year's work item. And we are coming up after our retreat. We are coming up with a new work calendar. And so how do we integrate that? Question right now, it's just noted as something that the board needs to do. So for now, this goes back to committee. You can see, and the public can see, what the current draft is. Recognize that green items will go away, if not all. And then the reminder to Director Moody's comment that the action item is to be cognizant that this is a time, and to Williams' comments, this is time-sensitive document and meant to be in the moment rather than that long-term SD focus. And we'll move forward on that. So thank you. Mo, can we go back to the bullets or the agenda of Tuesday the 8th? The other elements that we talked about were legislative and regulatory up. We will do that at the tail end of our agenda of the PI report out today. In September 8th, we got an overview of the and board members were offered an opportunity to comment, but since most of it is for the entire board, we're going to defer that to today's presentation. Customer trends update, I thought was great. We've got, so kudos to Julie and her team for developing and presenting to the PI committee a great deal of data on what's happening with customers with financial challenges in this COVID era. And we'll get a little bit of that here in shortly. I guess I also wanted to say I'm very grateful for management's and the board member comments on an issue that was raised both by community and reinforced by Director Williams during the environment. Where is the data and how can we frame the discussion about equity? So I'm very hopeful that, I have knowledge that we have a good deal of data. And again, thankful for the comments, heartfelt and well considered by VP Olson and Comstock and for Fernandez, CFO Fernandez, on this issue. I think we all recognize the issue. We just do not yet have this framed up correctly. And the data, I hope, is helpful in that. Customer engagement, we got a brief update on the customer engagement. Thank you, Heather Siepken, and for giving us a high-level view, and then the recognition that the economic development SD11 is coming down the pike, and we got a brief early note on what's going to happen there. So with that, anything else other board members who were part of the PI committee discussion want to talk about what we discussed on September 8th? Not seeing, don't see any hands. So then Ms. Comstock, can I ask you to give your report on customer trends?
You sure can. Thank you for this opportunity once again. Good afternoon, everybody. And I have to apologize. I'm at home today and it's trash day. So if you hear beeping and screeching of tires and loud noises, I apologize for that. So I want to provide a quick update and provide opportunity for any questions that the board may have on what's happening with our customer trends. As Director Yoder mentioned, the team has been working to pull together some additional information to present and share with the board. And I'm just hitting the tip of the iceberg in what we're going to present today. And I'm not going to go into a lot of details, but just want to give you kind of a monthly perspective of where the debt is going. I think the important thing is that when we first came out with our programs, we indicated that we were going to continue to monitor and adjust, understand what's going on out in the environment with our customers, with the economy, what we're seeing in terms of customers' ability to pay the amount of assistance that is available to help our customers. And so those types of things are what the team continue to monitor and focus on as we're determining, what our actions are going to be on any given day relative to pursuing debt in the field with our customers. And so this first slide, I'm not going to hit on every bullet here, but just wanted to share we are, as we came into this, I think when we started to move more back into what I would say would be normal collections activities, I want to share we're far from where we normally would be. We are still focused on collecting that very highest tier and oldest debt with our customers. These are large balance accounts and wanting to make sure that we get those folks connected with any assistance that's available. Because of that, because of some high heat days, some storm activity, we haven't had the number of business days to be out in the field with the customers that we had anticipated. And so we did determine that we're going to continue to waive that collection and reconnect fee on the first field visit for the remainder of the year. I think originally we had thought we would get through that first wave by the end of September, but that didn't happen, and we don't anticipate that it's going to happen based on the activity that we've seen thus far. So continuing to offer those solutions, the most important being our flexible payment options. And so as our reps and are connecting with our customers, prompted often by a disconnect in the field, We are making sure that they're aware of the various assistance that is available to those customers. And so just to provide some examples, we had, customers that maybe haven't been in this position before. In one example, it was a family with 5 children, truly had never been in this position before, had lost their job earlier in the year because of COVID. And I think, we're frustrated and desperate, didn't really know what to do, who to turn to. And so we were out, we disconnect service because we had not heard from them. And when he called in, he was pretty upset about the fact that we had disconnected the service. And, it got escalated to one of our leads. And so she had shared the story with me that he was very reluctant. She was encouraging him. There's money out there. It's important that you seek the assistance that's available. And this customer was very reluctant to do that. And I'm going to say she persisted with the message that, you have to try it. It's there for just this type of a situation. And so that individual owed more than $700 in delinquent debt and was able to get the full amount that's allowed under the CARES assistance funding after he did apply for it. So that lead had several examples like that. Again, it comes back to maybe customers haven't been in this position before and don't feel comfortable asking for assistance, or perhaps it's pride. There may be other things going on in their life, right, too, that are preventing them from being able to pay their bill or focus on getting bills paid. But I just want to express again the importance that I think the team addressed with our staff in terms of being empathetic, understanding there's a lot going on in people's lives, and the most important thing we can do is help to connect them to the money that's available. So the next thing I want to point out is that energy assistance slide, our bullet point. As of yesterday, the remainder of the CARES Act Utility Assistance Fund is available. So now we have up to $3 million that are available to all customers. We had the $2 million that was available to Douglas County. Through the state, we were able to get an additional $1 million. And again, Dollar Energy Fund is securing and administering those funds for us. And I'm going to share a little bit. I have a slide dedicated to energy assistance where we can talk a little bit more about that process and that activity. The next item, again, changing environment in the middle of August when schools started announcing that some of them were going to shift to a remote learning. We realizing that if we disconnected power, that could impact. So we reached out, spoke with the schools, their social workers at the schools and their community folks to make sure that they were aware of OPPD's activities and that we wanted to make sure that we got folks that were in that situation reconnected and that there were assistance options available. And so again, I want to thank Britton and Donna Miner and Stacy Bryant for meeting with those teams and helping them understand what we do on our end, what that process looks like, so that we can assure that those families get their power disconnected or reconnected, I apologize, as quickly as possible so that the learning is not disrupted. And then a final note on this slide is we initially our communications was directly with those folks that we were visiting in the field. So highest debt, oldest debt, to make them aware of the assistance. We have started email and bill insert campaigns to make other customers aware of the availability of these funds as well. And then we continue offering up our energy assistance or energy efficiency campaigns for our customers. So Mo, if we can go to this next slide, this is the slide that has lots of numbers on it, and I'm not going to go through every one, but I think it's a slide that demonstrates some good news if you have time to sit and digest it. On that first row, and I have it broken out between residential and commercial, comparing us to where we were at the end of August compared to the end of July, and then as we compare to August of the previous year as well. But that percent of accounts current is high, it has continued to increase. And so we're seeing good numbers there in terms of customers who are able to maintain their account in a current state. And then I want to jump down, as I've mentioned, that age debt, 91 plus days. So row 4 is really the row that, or the data that I keep an eye on and focus to. And again, that's where we're focusing our collections efforts, is in the debt that sits in this bucket, if you will, of age debt. And so you can see that from July, we dropped from 2.1 million to 1.4 million on the residential front. So that's a pretty significant drop. It still is a little bit over 4 times as great as it was in August of 2019. So it's still of concern. But again, having the assistance funds available and getting that matched up to the customers, I think will continue to help us get that number brought down to more manageable levels before we enter into the winter timeframe, where we're likely not to be able to disconnect because of our weather moratorium. And again, commercial has been pretty steady. We're seeing that those accounts, we follow up on those. A representative account executive contacts those customers to make sure that we can get an arrangement with them or a payment on the account. And so those calls have been very successful as well. And then, you know, again, in the very last row in this upper chart, you can see that the count of customers in that 91 plus is dropping pretty significantly on both residential and commercial. So I think that's all good news and really a tribute to the great work that the team has been doing. And I think we see similar trends on the LIHEAP only accounts. So I'm going to pause just to see if there's any questions while we're still on this slide, but that was really all I was going to share on this slide.
Quick question. Could you just describe what a service agreement count is? When you say service agreement, is that, could you give me the layman's description of what that is?
Sure. Sure. So like, I'll start at the account level. An account can have multiple service agreements. So I could have 2 service locations. A service agreement is, in terms of electric service, is pretty much 1-for-1 to the electric service or a service location. So this would reflect, the service agreement would reflect service locations that are in that 90, have debt that's sitting in that 91 plus.
Okay.
Good question. There's a lot of specificity that goes into all these numbers to keep it consistent and comparable to what others do. So
yeah, maybe semi-related question. Do we track the number of customers that are on? We track the number of customers that are on level payment plans, right? Do we know the number of customers that, when they call, we put them on a new payment plan to get caught up? Does that make sense? Is it, are those 2 different numbers? And if so, I'm curious about the latter and what we're seeing in terms of increases there.
yeah, so they are 2 different numbers, and I do not have those numbers off the top of my head. Okay. But I want to say, I don't have the current numbers. At one point, I think it through maybe the end of July or middle of August, it seems like there were around 2,000 customers that had taken advantage of that opportunity to go on level payment. That could have increased in the last few weeks. Okay. But we can provide that information.
Okay. That'd be great. I'd be curious to see it. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Mo, if you want to go on to the next slide about energy assistance. And I guess I need to look here real quick to make sure no one else had their hand up. Thank you. Okay, so energy assistance, I think, again, this is good news for our customers that there are funds available. This is reflective of what has been applied to our customers' accounts year to date. And so the chart on the left indicates the funding source. So our OPPD's energy assistance program is the first one. LIHEAP is the second line item that reflects the program, the federal program that the state administers. The CARES Act fund, which is a new line item, and then other agencies' assistance could be any agency that provides assistance to our customers. So St. Vincent de Paul, American Red Cross, whoever that might be, United Way, if they apply funds, they're tracked in that category. And so I'm showing here the year-to-date numbers, the percent increase over the prior year, the average benefit that these customers are seeing, and then the distinct accounts that have gotten a benefit, as well as the number of payments. And so on the energy assistance program, for instance, we're at 215,000 through the end of August, and typically we distribute about $250,000 a year through that program. So that's seeing a 32% increase over what we've had in the past. We've seen our customers and our employees donating more money to this as well. So that's good news to help fund this. But the point is that we are seeing that money being applied to our customers' accounts at a higher pace than what it has been historically. On the LIHEAP, we're providing a little bit more detail about the source of the funds within the LIHEAP monies that we receive so that you can get an understanding. So you see a big green chunk there that's related to a supplemental check that we received from the state this summer to be applied to LIHEAP accounts. And for a little perspective on this, our annual LIHEAP funds over the past 5 years, has been in the 4.4 million range. And so we've already received that level of funding from them. And then we would anticipate that we'll get additional funding through, say, crisis funds, as well as through the heating, which gets applied in the early November timeframe to our customers' accounts. The CARES Act funds, again, this just got started in August. So as of the end of the month, we had 86,000 that got applied. And if you look over to the right, we have another chart that shows kind of what the status was at September 11th, because this is one that is, there's a lot of activity related to this one. And so we just wanted to share that the amount applied in less than 2 weeks had doubled in that period of time for our customers. And so we have, as of Friday, we had over 2,000 customers who had started the process of applying. We had 628 that had completed the application. The average benefit at this point has been about $400. And as I mentioned, that could go up to $750. It really depends on the needs of the customer. And then the total amount then, as of Friday, was $183,000 out of that $3 million that's available. So all in all, our increase in energy assistance funds is up 35% over the prior year. And I would say the average benefit amounts are increased as well.
Don't know whether you're first or Director Mohofs, but I'll turn to you.
So the LIHEAP number, you said we normally get 4.4 the last couple of years, but it sounds like that's going to be more. Do you have any sense for what the ceiling is on potential LIHEAP funds this year?
I'm going to phone my LIHEAP friend, Britton Gable, who knows all the stats, and see if he can provide some more information or perspective on that. I don't know if Brent has to unmute him.
All right, this is Britton Gable. Can you hear me?
Yes. Thank you, Britton.
All right. Britton Gable, Senior Product Specialist for OPPD. So OPPD historically receives about $2 million in heating assistance for our customers. So to describe that in a little bit more detail, these are customers that are all electric heat source. So heating assistance is driven and provided to their heating fuel source. So we have approximately 3,500 customers annually that are all electric, that are on the LIHEAP program that receive a heating assistance payment. So we'll be well over the $6 million mark come the end of the year with the total amount of LIHEAP funding we had received.
Okay. Thank you, Britton. I've got a couple. Don't mute yourself yet. Suspect Julie may hand off to you again. The question about the CARES Act. So a couple of questions. One is when a person applies and that goes to the process, who is it that's determining what the the amount of their award is going to be, their gift, their grant, their benefit? How's that determined?
Right, great question, Director Moody. When a customer goes through the electronic application process and they submit their application, they have to provide a copy of their current bill. And then Dollar Energy Fund has a group of staff. They actually have a 150-seat call center that has staff that are trained on determining energy assistance program eligibility, and they review the documents associated with the customer's account, and then they look at the customer's bill based on the current charges that they have. And what it is that customer, the one thing about the CARES Act that I want to make clear is that it's for charges from March to current date. So they're making a determination based on that current bill for how much can be charged. So if a customer comes in and they have a $250 balance, they can receive the $250. If they come in and if they have an account that is at $1,500, they can get a benefit up to the charges back to March 1st. And then what happens is that Dollar Energy Fund is looking at their eligibility through our own energy assistance program or other sources to try to get the rest of that bill caught up.
Got it. Okay. Super helpful. Another question on CARES Act funding in that process, and I'm curious about how this overlays with what our processes are, but the timing, we got 2,000 people in the process, 628 applications. What's the anticipated time frame from application shows up in the door to money is in there, is theirs to assist?
That is a great question. So we are averaging 1.92 days processing time. Okay. So when a customer gets that application completed within 1.92, so 2 days, they're having an eligibility determined and a message sent to them via text message, email, whatever they choose via the electronic application method to let them know that they're getting that dollar amount. So it's a quick turnaround. As soon as they get those documents that they need to verify their COVID-19 impact and they get their bill and they submit it, in less than 2 days, they're getting an eligibility determination made on that.
Okay, that's great. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. That's super quick. I think this is my last question. Julie, you'd mentioned that we had $2 million for Douglas County and now it's $3 million. So there's an additional state money. So is Energy Fund then allocating only $2 million for Douglas County people, and then the other $1 million is for any of our service territory customers that are outside of Douglas County? Is that how it's still broken up in that way?
Yes, and I'll let Britton answer that as well.
Yes, so Douglas County, Douglas County had allotted $2 million for Douglas County only, and then the other $1 million is to cover our other 12 counties to go ahead and provide assistance. So now Sarpy County customers now have the opportunity to be served by CARES Act. So now anybody throughout our service territory that's been economically impacted by COVID-19 can apply. And as Julie said earlier in her presentation, we are getting an email out to those customers that are, in arrears to encourage them to apply for this benefit.
I'm complete. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Director Moody. Director Mulhoff?
Yeah, I have a couple questions, and they're both related. But if someone applies to the CARES Act to Dollar Energy and it's denied from the CARES Act, to say it wasn't related to the pandemic, then does that then come back to EAP, to our Energy Assistance Fund, or are they? What's the follow-up on that, I guess, if they're denied the CARES Act money? And then just so you can answer these both at this questions, is our Energy Assistance Program funding at risk of being depleted before the need is met? And what can we do to help with that?
Right. So when a customer is denied, there's actually follow-up. I'll talk about the CARES Act denial process. So when a customer is denied, they're provided the reason why they're denied. Like if there's a missing document or something related to CARES Act eligibility, if they provide that, they'll actually get their eligibility redetermined. If they're denied for the reason why let's say they don't have a income economic impact due to COVID-19. Let's say, I'll give you an example. The customer's on Social Security disability, they're receiving stable income, but then they had a COVID-19 illness and they have other expenses. Their COVID-19 impact looks different. So through that process, our energy assistance program does kick in to where Dollar Energy Fund is taking them down that path to go ahead and determine their eligibility. So COVID-19 is emergency that we have as a part of our energy assistance program to go ahead and assist customers. So there's follow-up being done on those denied customers. And some of those customers don't even receive a denial notice because Dollar Energy Fund has a capacity to switch their application over to our Energy Assistance Fund and actually make the determination on that. So the customer won't even know that they were denied. They were actually switched over to the alternate funding source.
Oh, that's awesome. Thank you.
To ask your question about funds, we have enough funds right now to be able to meet the demand. It is true, just like Julie had articulated a little bit ago, we are seeing an increased demand. So with that being said, I mean, we've implemented new fundraising instruments to go ahead and gather funding for our customers. We've done campaigns in the call center to get customers on reoccurring donations. We've had a lot of success with the Donate Now button that we've made available on our energy assistance page. So if you go to www.oppd.com/EAP, there's a Donate Now button, and we've seen an influx of customers actually donate that way because it's a very streamlined process to go ahead and donate. So we've went down that route to provide more means for customers to donate. And then in the coming months, we are actively working with Dollar Energy Fund to go ahead and go after at different foundations to leverage additional funding. But the key piece of our partnership with Dollar Energy Fund is that we are able to secure this $3 million pot of money. So that's a significant win for our customers. But we know that has specific COVID-19. So we need to continue to, and we're actively working on going down the path of raising additional funds for those customers that don't have that COVID-19 impact and really set ourselves up for the future with a really good, solid EAP donation strategy moving forward.
Director Mulhoff?
Thank you. That's awesome.
So, did
yes.
I mean, about a specific number of how much is needed versus what I heard was that we're improving our recruitment of funds, but I still don't know where the top end is, right? Or how that changes from year to year.
Yeah, and Director Yoder, I appreciate you asking this. So that's been one that's been challenging, right? Just because people have money sitting in the 91 plus doesn't necessarily mean there's a need that requires energy assistance. And so understanding and getting the answer to the question of what is the need is additional analysis that we're going to have to embark on that we haven't been able to do in the past. So we don't have that need number.
No, I get it. It's not easy. Thank you for the response. Director Williams, you had a hand up.
Yeah, we talked about completed applications, and then in the event of someone determined ineligible, do we know what percentage of people who are applying fall into that ineligible for the CARES Act funding category and are redirected over to EAP? And I apologize if there was a percentage in there or somewhere that I missed, but how many people who are applying actually are eligible for the CARES funding?
Make sure I'm unmuted here. So we currently have a 72% approval rate for CARES Act applicants. The other 28%, as I mentioned earlier, are being followed up with to see if it's a document issue, to see if we can get them to be eligible, or then it's a matter of getting them to other resources to get assistance. So it is, I mean, the other thing that I want to note, kind of hitting back on Director Yoder's question, we also want to get people on the LIHEAP program that access those federal subsidized dollars as much as possible as well. Our amount of LIHEAP eligible households has increased. I believe we're at 13,000, I think 280. Don't quote me exactly on that. I know we're up about 500 households year to date compared to last year. So, you know, we've worked actively to equip our call center with the ability to get our customers to the correct referral source, because we want to ensure that, you know, to reduce that energy burden, that we're getting those customers to the LIHEAP program that are eligible to get that supplement benefit. So then it will really help leverage all the assistance money that we do have available.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification there. And while having more people on LIHEAP is not a desirable outcome, that's not probably a good metric, but understanding the percentage of eligible people who actually have applied and are receiving LIHEAP funding, I think is a good thing to keep in mind. I've mentioned before that a general percentage of population who might be income eligible based on poverty line determination would say that we probably do have people who are eligible for LIHEAP but have not found their way there yet. And so I'm very glad to hear that through the CARES application process, even if they don't receive funding there, helping them to find their way to other funding sources, that we are, again, not desirable to increase people on LIHEAP, but desirable to increase percentage of eligible people who are receiving those funds. I'm very glad to hear that that's part of the outcome here, and that the outreach that we're doing is, again, getting people to assistance that's very needed right now. So thanks for the clarification there. That's great to hear.
Are you complete? Okay, Director Bogner.
Britton, I have another question that you might be able to answer. On the applications in progress for the CARES Act money in 2031, any idea if there's follow-up with the individuals that don't press submit? So they've maybe gone through a portion of the online application but are hitting some sort of hurdle where they can't actually submit for review. Is there any follow-up there?
Yeah, so Dollar Energy Fund has a process embedded in their My App to where there are emails that go out to the customer at the email address that they use to go ahead and start the application, to encourage them to complete their application and to have them reach out and actually call them with any questions. And then we're doing the same. Like if a customer contacts us regarding the status of their CARES Act application, we have the capacity. We have staff in the call center that have access to be able to look up and see if they've been approved. If not, we can refer them to Dollar Energy Fund's call center to where they can get served right there to get any questions answered and to be able to work through those application situations timely.
All right, thank you very much. I'm complete, Rick.
Thank you, buddy. I appreciate the discussion and very much appreciate. One last question. A detail question. These are both online and hard copy numbers. Is that correct? Or approach would be just how are we getting many applications that are not online?
So I actually do not have the specific answer to that. The exact percentage, but I can tell you that the majority of our applications are coming online, actually.
But
so
you know, the essence of the question is that not everybody has online access, making sure that we are still getting some paper applicants.
Yeah, so we do have customers that are actively going to agencies, whether calling 211 or going to the Salvation Army or local community action agency, or even the Juan Diego Center to go ahead and apply for the CARES Act funding. So our agencies are actively taking applications for that for customers that aren't applying online.
Thank you.
Yes, I have a couple comments. First of all, I am very grateful that Julie Comstock has found Britton Gable. This is the perfect time for him to really come in and help us with this. And also, I would like Britton to sort of talk a little bit about Dollar Energy Fund as far as your evaluations, just based on what you're giving me as far as the benefits that they can provide us. It seems like they've done a great job, and whether or not Dollar Energy Fund has had to increase their staff with this to try to handle all this, and if you can comment on that.
So Dollar Energy Fund, one of the benefits of us having them as a partner agency is their capacity to be able to quickly respond to situations like the CARES Act. So they didn't, in order to start up that program, they didn't hire staff. They had existing capacity because they service 47. Am I cutting out?
You're
Okay.
good.
Okay. So Dollar Energy Fund partners with 47 other utility companies throughout the country. So they have significant capacity to be able to assist utility companies in this type of way. They have a fundraising team. They have a team that applies for grants and pursues funding like this. They also have a 150-seat call center specific to utility assistance to provide services to the utilities and their customers. So from the capacity standpoint, this is part of the reason why they're on board with us, because if we didn't have that type of partnership and the technology that they have in place, we would not have been able to serve the people as quickly as we have right now. Like to be able to launch an English and a Spanish application the day the program went live, and to be able to respond quickly and have this in place. And we have real-time access to the data, to what's going on. So we have data, technology, and a partnership at our fingertips that we've never had before. And that's benefiting our customers. And that's also attributed to the increase. We have increased access. You know, when we did the board presentation approximately 4 months ago, we talked about those increased access locations. Our customers have the ability to access funding at more agencies than we ever had. So, you know, as we continue to expand and grow this, you know, Dollar Energy Fund's partnership really sets us up for success and continue to move forward and grow our energy assistance program.
Yeah. Kudos to the whole team for choosing Dollar Energy Fund. It was right at the right time.
Thank you, Director McGuire.
I am complete.
Thank you for that. Director Moody, is your hand back up?
Yes, it is. Just real quickly, I want to echo the thanks. You know, as directors, we get, you know, a variety of different calls all the time, right? But like, these are the calls we're getting now, or at least these are the calls I'm getting. And these are people in crisis. So I'm really, really pleased to hear how quickly these things are being turned over, how we're doing everything that we can to help people. It just like makes me super proud of the team. You're doing fantastic work. These updates are really helpful, honestly, as well, because when I get calls, I want to be sure that I'm relaying information accurately. So thank you for continuing to come back to us and provide us these updates. We're living out our core values here, right? Like this is what our utility should be doing, and I think we're doing a fantastic job. Keep it up, keep pushing. Like these are people that need our help, and I'm really proud of the fact that we're able to be in a position to help people and herd the cats to get everybody on board, right? So that we can find an opportunity for them to get help. So great job.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to share it today.
Yeah, VP or Ms. Comstock, I just want to echo that. I think I've told you before, I know I have, I've shared with the board that my spouse is co-owner of a business that provides services, and when she comes home and we have discussions, her greatest frustration are around issues such as this, around who can pay, who can't pay, and it is not a fun conversation to have when you're delivering a much needed service. And thankful for the team that's here and the goals that you're setting and how you've structured to find good partners and find the funding and to expand the program to where it needs to be. So good job on the delivery you're giving and good job on your future effort. With that, I want to transition then, if I can, to, so thank you. If I can transfer to the legislative update, VP Olson.
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you for the grace on letting us do this last. It was a month ago, really on August 11th, that we gave the full board an update, and the legislature had not even concluded. So with that, we gave an update to the PI committee on September 8th. And with that, we'll go through high level some of the items, but if there's questions, please ask them. And our work is really starting now and never concludes, but working with the senators and so forth during the off session and so forth, and talking about agendas and what's going on. And I would probably say that power with purpose is extremely important. What Julie just talked about was the compassion with our customers and the CARES Act and so forth. So we have a lot of heavy lifting and communication going on. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to Tim O'Brien to quickly go over really a recap of the legislative session and kind of next steps. Tim.
Thank you, Lisa. I appreciate the introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. As Lisa mentioned, we've got two updates. We'll spend most of our time on the state side of things. There's a brief federal legislative update that we'll provide to you and some of the actions that we're doing in the interim that the legislature concluded just a couple days after the last time I spoke with you in August. Mo, if you'd go to the next slide for me, please. We can skip one more. So here's a summary. So the last session was a short session, and we tried to put together all the bills that we looked at, and just to give a summary of the work that went on, and really want to thank Seth, Michaela, and Kelly from my team for their immense focus on all things legislatively and just marvelous work by them. Pretty busy session, as you can see. For us, you know, we tracked a lot of bills, more than we ever have in the past. We're engaged in many of those, and so the box on the right provides a highlight of the long and short session on how many bills we really focused on, and then continued to monitor. And then you can see some other statistics about the legislative season for your reference. The next couple slides that I have, if Mo will go to them, most of the actions took place since I spoke with you in August, but there's a couple bills that did pass just right after we were talking. I bulleted the ones that didn't move forward this session. They could come back next year in a different form or a different version, and so we're continuing to watch those items. The biggest one on this list was LB 720. That was amended into the property tax and University of Nebraska Medical Center large project that was signed by the governor and passed right as the session was ending. On the next slide, Mo, I've got two here. Let's see, what was another one? Another one that was signed by the governor was LB 933, and this related to disconnects, and so that bill did move through. Similarly, the one above on 923, this was a bill, just for reference, that we worked really hard on last session to adjust the way some of the accounting was associated with our poll attachments, and this was an addition to serve some of the co-ops and municipalities on that particular issue. There was another one on broadband, and I'll speak about broadband in the legislative resolutions coming up in another slide. So those are really the highlights of things that have changed since I last spoke to you on August 11th. So the next couple slides I have are on interim resolutions, and Mo, if you want to go to those. So just a reminder of what these are. Interim studies are a resolution that are submitted by a senator to talk about a specific topic or interest that they have. So they provide that interest in the form of a legislative resolution for an interim study. Then what happens, the executive board looks at the topic and then assigns it to a committee, or in some instances creates a special committee. And then from there, the legislative resolutions are moved to the chairperson of each of those particular committees. That chairperson from the committee then prioritizes the legislative resolutions or studies and works with the introducing senator on that particular topic. And so this is where things get interesting. Typically, committees prioritize about 4. Sometimes they could have others. And so the chairperson and the introducer of the study work together to see if there needs to be a hearing, if there needs to be a report, what that work looks like. And if there is a hearing or report, those are needed to be completed and filed with the legislature on December 1st. And at some point, sometimes they don't get filed if the idea or interest is something that just decided is not to be taken up. So a few I just want to highlight. LB 317, this came from a bill a few years ago that has, it happens every year for the hearing for entities that have retirement funds that are a political subdivision. So in the past, Javier and others from our financial team have went to testify at this hearing. The hearing has been scheduled. We have just learned it'll be on November 6th at 1:30. It'll actually be in person. They're asking folks to also submit testimony in advance. And so that one has been scheduled and is moving. And again, that one is something that has been routine, I think, the last 3 or 4 years. LR 3033. This one, we're trying to understand a little bit more what this is, but it's around reservoirs along the Platte River. This has been referred to the Natural Resources Committee. We've learned the Natural Resource Committee, if there should be a hearing, it will be held via Zoom. And at this time, we don't know if there will be one. And we're hearing from the chair that it is on the lower end of their priorities for the Natural Resources Committee's work. The next is 408 and 411. I'll put these together. They've been referred to the Health and Human Services Committee. This committee only holds hearings if the introducer has requested a hearing, and they're likely held in November, and we're hearing if there are hearings, they will be held via Zoom. And so we'll keep the board informed if those do continue to move forward. The next slide is one more with a few more hearings I wanted to point out. There's LR 429. Mo, if you want to go to that in the next one, that would be great. There's 2 that are related to broadband, 429, 438. They've been referred to the Transportation Telecommunications Committee. They are a high priority. They may be in person, unclear if that'll happen, but they're around broadband. And the first one is around broadband mapping and coverage and understanding more what the state of Nebraska looks like. The second is LR 438, and this is carrying out actions by the Rural Broadband Task Force that was created a couple years ago. We're keenly focused on both of these from our infrastructure perspective and then possible development or economic development as it relates to broadband. So we're keeping a close eye to those from that committee. The last is that I'll speak about is LR 440. And this is the lowest on the Transportation Telecommunications Work Plan. We understand it. This has to do with one call. And so prior updates that we've had, there's been a lot of discussion about one call. And so if the study doesn't go forward, there may be another bill in the upcoming legislative session that addresses some of the concerns or questions around one call. So we continue to be active in LR 440. And so that concludes the updates on the legislative resolutions. And I've been asked, how do we engage around them? And so our team really focuses very closely on the issues, the topics, the opportunities. And in this interim, we speak with a lot of the senators, and you'll see that on the next slide. If Mo wants to speak, jump to the next one. Seth and I were just talking yesterday. He's got about 20 some meetings with different staff and senator aides just to touch base in the coming weeks. And so we really keep a close pulse on what's going on and be a resource as needed through the study process and as potential legislation is prepared for next year, legislative season. Mo, do you want to go to the next one for me, please? That might help me kind of wrap out the state efforts here. And just to continue that conversation, most of our work does happen in the Natural Resources Committee, so we continue to stay close on what they're looking at. And then we watch the committees will change, several of them, and then you can see some of those interested parties that we have put on the slide for you. So we spend a lot of time listening and educating right now. And elections, and so we're very much watching all elections, state, local, and federal, watching the policy platforms that various folks are running for. And so that is a big part of what we do. And then next, the Power Association, municipalities, other entities to look at legislative opportunities to be proactive for next year, and also listen where we may need to work together or collaborate if there's issues or concerns. So there's a lot of work there. We spend a lot of time going through the organization at OPPD to see if there's opportunities, and then certainly take feedback from the board and the Public Information Committee in this session. Our time is a little crunched since we just finished the session the middle of August, so we're working in a field trip type pace, I would call it, to get this work done to prepare, and we'll continue to keep the PI committee updated. Really, I think next month a lot of activity starts to happen as bills and proposals get prepared for next year. So we're very much being proactive in that front. I will pause if there's any questions on the state side of things.
Mr. O'Brien, Mr. Williams Director Williams had a question for you.
Yeah, on the last slide, the last item skipped over, and I'm just curious what the status means on that one. Can you tell me what 466? What is that that last line in particular? What does that mean? Happened?
Yeah, so federally, the president signed the. I'm trying to think which exact proposal that was, but it was the anti-discrimination policy, and so the Senator Pansy Brooks, as we've talked about, she has had a bill that has been very focused on discrimination and successfully with this. Oh, actually, this was from the Supreme Court, I believe, action, and therefore the legislative resolution was not needed.
So there is not a resolution anymore on affirming that Nebraska agrees with the decision?
That's correct. As I understand it, there will not be a legislative study on 466 due to the Supreme Court decision.
Great. Thank you for the clarification.
Mm-hmm. And Director Williams, you recall that we were supportive of that the bill that Senator Pansy Brooks brought forth and so forth. So thank you for that guidance for the rest of the board as well.
Yeah, I apologize since it listed Nebraska Legislative LR 466 and it said President signed. I wasn't clear how that jumped to a different level, but thank you for the expanded details there.
Any other questions? Don? Thank you, Mr.
Thanks, Director Yoder. On the federal side, unfortunately, we don't have a whole lot to report. I've got a couple slides. One you've seen before. This other one was a nice slide from the National Journal. It was just a great reference for us of what's going on in Washington. There's four big things. Certainly the presidential debate. There's a lot of legislative deadlines, and you'll see those in the next slide. So right now, there's been focus to fund the government, so that's a continuing resolution that expires at the end of this month. So lots of discussions there. Continued coronavirus relief, and so very much keenly focusing on that particular topic. And then there's other things that have become of significant interest, and this slide's a couple weeks old now, but the Postal Service discussion was another piece. And so those are the four big buckets that are going on in Washington. And Mo, if you go to the last slide for me. So in Washington, we are watching a lot about things may move. They're kind of slowing down now, but they may pick up quite rapidly after the elections. And so we're watching all the proposals from various candidates, being prepared to understand those, working with our partners in the industry to understand those. There's some things that may come up, the continuing resolution on funding, the surface transportation or the transportation bill is always of interest to us. And so we're watching those things, but we're going to slow down a little bit and then prepare to speed up after the election. So that's a little bit on the Washington front.
Questions? Director Williams, is that still up?
Yep. Nope, that's me again. On the top line, FISA reauthorization. Tim, can you help us understand our interest in FISA?
Absolutely. Thanks, Director Williams. I appreciate that. So this one, there's a lot that goes into this particular bill, and Seth Boyles can speak to it at length, but it goes back to sometime, I think the late 70s, and it's the Foreign Intelligence Surveillance Act. And so cybersecurity is really the bucket for that particular bill. There's a lot of implications for our utility business on that front. And so it's something that we watch keenly, and the industry does as well. And so that's a little bit about that particular topic. Hopefully I answered your question.
Great, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? I think the committee report.
Okay, thank you, Director Yoder. We are at a break. I have break at 1:30. We're 5 minutes ahead of schedule, friends. Way to go. So let's keep the 1:45. So I'll give you a 20-minute break. We will come back at 1:45 with governance. Thanks, everybody.
Can you hear me? Okay, sorry, I was on mute. So our level payment plan customers that roll a balance.
Hey, Britton. Britton,
Yep.
the board's on a break right now.
Oh, oh, I know what happened. Sorry, I actually
Are
made
you on a
phone call.
different meeting now?
Yep.
Okay.
So sorry.
No worries. It's like,
I left him. I left the ability for him to unmute himself. He's left right now, so he's okay.
Okay, thanks, Brent. I'm gonna go let my dog out and run around for 5 minutes outside and come back.
Of course. Thanks, Mo.
Hi, Tim.
Hi. How are you, Mo?
I'm great. How are you doing?
Just smiling.
That's what I see. I just see you smiling down there.
Well, good.
I had to say something.
Well, thank you. Thanks for catching me.
Hi, Mo.
Hi, Ann.
Thank you for helping me out yesterday.
You're welcome.
It's a little strange. I brought the wrong notebook.
That happened. How's the weather?
The weather is nice. It's supposedly 86, but it does not feel like that at all. Quite nice and beautiful, sunny.
Nice.
Well, there's no humidity there. You're in Denver.
No humidity in Denver. Nope.
Or much less humidity.
Much less, yeah.
And Amanda, I'm surprised you had technology problems knowing who your companion in crime is.
He's not here. He's not here to help me. No, it's a WebEx thing. It's trying to be helpful when it's being hurtful. So,
I see.
yeah. They wanted to switch my audio controls to my computer instead of keeping it on my headset. So I'm sorry I missed the reconvene vote this morning. That poor form on my part.
I hear.
All right, friends, I've got 145. So we are going to go ahead and get started with governance. Director McGuire.
Okay, we had a very busy governance committee this last week. First of all, I'm just going to go through the three things that we're not going to have much discussion on at first. We had the Power with Purpose update, which Mary Fisher joined. She joined the meeting to provide the committee with a high-level update on the Power with Purpose project, and we'll be discussing that after this. And then we did the ethics monitoring report, which we will again have that discussion with Mart. And then we had the performance review and compensation adjustment for Troy Vi, which we discussed in closed session this morning. To discuss a little bit more in detail, the board, we did have a we reviewed the recommendations from LRI from our retreat. And I have to comment that in the past 5 years, we haven't had that many recommendations, but I think it's it shows our progress of where we've come. There were some very, very specific recommendations on how the SDs pertain to our role as directors, and then also how the SDs dovetail with delegation to the CEO. We also had some specific things as far as pertaining to process of refining board policies and the work plan. And they gave us very specific recommendations, of which we're trying to figure out how we're going to go forward with this. And this is when I'm going to hand it over to Scott Post to discuss this in detail. And after that, Scott, maybe you can also, we can discuss a little bit about the policy refinement recommendations for GP 4, 5, and 7, and BL7. And BL.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Director McGuire.
GPs, BLs.
Yeah, I know. Can everyone hear me all right? Great, I'm seeing heads nodding. And thank you, Director McGuire, again. As you pointed out, we had a really good workshop in your management board on August 25th and 26th, and reviewed specifically policy governance principles, so the refinement process for policies, as well as the board and CEO priorities around policies. I think it's important, through that, LRI did provide a synopsis of that meeting. And it was important for us to do a few things as during governance committee. One was to review the synopsis and make sure that there was alignment around it. And as a result of that review, the governance committee has identified some opportunities for further refinement, and we're planning to do that over the next couple of weeks. There was a desire to create minutes and to post those minutes. There is an entire section actually on OPPD.com under the leadership area that shows the workshop. It has the videos posted, and it also has minutes from the meeting. So there's a lot of really good information out there for the public, and I just wanted to acknowledge that. And I wanted to acknowledge Lisa and Mo and the work of their teams in order to get that all out there in a very, very timely manner.
And then to the specific point around the work plan, that was a big takeaway because it'll be a new thing to be developed. And the question becomes, well, twofold. One is, what is the work of the board that's being identified? And two, at what point is it really officially identified and put on either a list to be worked or into a parking lot for future consideration? And that was one of the discussions during the governance committee meeting. Through that conversation, what I'm going to do over the next few weeks is to have a discussion with the committee chairs as well as with senior team and come up with a kind of a draft work plan as I understand it that does reflect the current work and any future work that might be emergent or just has been part of a discussion and review that. And then we'll bring that to the governance committee to have a brief discussion to make sure at least there's alignment there. And then the governance committee will bring that forward to the all committees meeting for further discussion during our meeting on October 13th. So that is how that's intended to be handled for right now. I will say it will be building a new muscle. It's like going to a gym, and how do we pause and figure out if something needs to be put on the list and how that process works. That is an evolution and kind of like policy refinement. So there'll be some patience and some grace, I think, exercised along the way. But I know that we'll be able to build a meaningful way to help prioritize the work of the board and to review that work relevant to the work of the overall organization, which is something that I know everyone has been asking for as well. Are there any questions around the work plan? I am seeing none. So do you want me to go on to the policies, Director
Yes,
McGuire?
please, yeah, forward to that. That'd be great.
Great. Just high level, and I know Mo will be pulling up the red lines for policy. The initial discussion that was held by the governance committee was really through the workshop. There was a discussion around GP4, which is agenda planning, BL5, which is unity of control, and BL7. Through that conversation, governance committee said, hey, there are some additional refinements we think we want to be making to BL5. Let's not have that be part of this month's conversation. The policies we're about to review, GP4 and BL7, from the perspective of governance committee, my understanding is that this is some basic housekeeping refinements. These aren't intended to result in a long conversation today. They seem to be straightforward recommendations. And the goal would really be to take these red lines and just move them right to board approval during Thursday's meeting. So I thought what we could do is pause and just review. And again, this came directly out of the workshop. So as you see in agenda planning, what the first bullet does is kind of refines and provides some clarity in terms of the work plan. That the board, in conjunction with the CEO, shall develop, monitor, and regularly update a work plan comprised of initiatives, topics, and issues it wishes to explore or is required to address over the next 12-month period in order to guide OPPD staff in preparing agendas for standing committees and regular board meetings. Are there any questions about this proposed red line? Seeing none. Any concerns with moving this directly forward? All right. And then this last one, actually, yeah, we can stop there. If you can scroll up a little bit, Mo. The board chair shall review the board's agendas to ensure they address board items that have been identified on the work plan during the course of the year. The desire was to take out annual with the notion that there's a dynamic in this process and it kind of is a living and a breathing document. And while through the course, I think of an annual retreat, there will be that initial resettling of a work plan. The notion here is that it's, again, a living and breathing document. Any questions or concerns about this? Seeing none, we can move to the next red line. The next red line was on BL7, delegation to the President and Chief Executive Officer. And here, if you remember the conversation, it was providing just a little bit more detail around the CEO and at what point you could be bringing certain things forward to the board. And the sentence was intended to provide just a little bit more clarity. If the CEO reasonably determines that an activity related to the delegations presents, regardless of the size of the financial impact, a unique and significant operational risk to OPPD, a significant impact to customers, a significant impact to community relations, a significant impact to OPPD's reputation, or materially compromises the policies and goals established by the board, the CEO shall timely inform the board and may request that the board take appropriate actions. Any feedback on this statement? I would propose that maybe we say the CEO shall inform the board in a timely manner, just for a little bit of grammatical clarity, and may request that the board take appropriate actions.
That was what I was going to recommend as well.
It's funny when you read something and then you read it again out loud and it feels a little bit different. I appreciate the exercise. Any additional thoughts or reflections? I think that concludes our review of the policies that were being proposed for review this time around, knowing that BL5 will be coming up shortly. Any additional comments, Director McGuire?
I do not have any. Thank you very much, Scott, for spearheading that. I really appreciate it. Chair Moody, do you have any comments on this? Because I know you had some input earlier.
No, I don't. I mean, I think in the 15 minutes after the workshop ended, I put together some of these comments. They went through senior management. I think Scott and Tim sort of shepherded them through. So there shouldn't be any surprises here. We talked about these.
Okay, so then is the consensus that these two SDs will go to the board meeting on Thursday for approval?
I do see Director Williams raising his hand.
Okay, Director Williams.
Yeah, in the language that we've got here, it talks about risk to the organization or significant impact to reputation. I guess as far as scale of potential projects that don't represent a risk to reputation, can you help us understand how that is described and covered here as far as when information is provided to the board? I mean, again, it talks about if there's a risk or if there's a materially compromises policies. As far as just if there is a large action in operations that is necessary to be undertaken, is that covered by one of the Roman numeral points that's listed here?
Scott, can you comment on that?
I believe that it is, and I would ask Tim if, in his perspective, if it is, and if he understands that by policy and by interaction with the board, is that something that he would indeed do?
Yeah, I mean, I would say this is that this is really intended to, I think, really memorialize some of the work that we have going on today with communication with the board, whether it's in our quarterly one-on-ones, whether it's with the director update communication or independent communication that we do with directors on emergent items or emergent issues that may come, or whether it includes, media reports and those kinds of things that we generate and we send to the board for their information and for their knowledge and understanding. And so I think it is encompassed in there. I think, what we'll do is we kind of identify these will be just to work it and see if there are items that I don't communicate that you feel as a board fits within these items. That'll be just good feedback for me to begin to refine kind of what the expectation is of the board. But I think I have a relatively good idea on what that looks like, and I would agree with you, Director Williams.
Okay. Are there any other comments? If not, I would suggest that perhaps this could go on the consent agenda. Is there anyone who would like it to be on the action items? If I hear no one, I then would recommend that go on the consent agenda.
Thank you, Director McGuire.
Okay, thank you very much. To continue, I believe we next have Mo, if we can change the thing. I think next we have the ethics report from Mart Setke. Mart, would you like to tee that up for us?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, very good.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, so this is one of those reports that Director Mulhoff referred to that does not require a lot of change from year to year. So I'll briefly go through this, but we do have SD10 regarding ethics, and among other things, we require high ethical standards in all aspects of official conduct of the organization, establish clear guidelines for ethical standards and conduct, setting forth those acts that may be incompatible with the best interest of OPPD and the public, require disclosure and reporting of potential conflicts of interest, and provide a process for reporting violations, investigating, and providing an annual report to the board. And this applies both to the board of directors and to the employees of OPPD. Go to the next page, Mo. So the board of directors policy, or the code of ethics, requires that no director should be or appear to be subject to influences, interests, or relationships in conflict with the best interest of the company, and that's referred to as loyalty. The company, its directors, and its employees are expected to comply with applicable laws and regulations with regard to the company's activities. In the conduct of their duties, each director must adhere to high ethical standards, and these include honesty and fairness. OPPD is committed to conducting its operations with integrity and in compliance with all applicable laws and regulations as well. And the employee policy is designed to promote, support, and ensure that employee activities are conducted in a legal and ethical manner. The next page. So both the Board of Directors Code of Conduct and Employee Policy 3.01 set forth the type of activities that may be incompatible with the best interests of OPPD and the public. Neither document claims that it can cover all activities that may violate ethical standards, but both do outline some specific examples, and those are listed here. The examples for employees are more numerous, but employees likely encounter many more situations in the conduct of operations that could lead to code violations than would members of the board. And the next page. So both documents provide a process for reporting and investigating violations and providing an annual report to the board. Members of the board report violations through the chair of the governance committee, and depending on the nature of the conflict, may need to report to the commission according to the Nebraska Revised Statute 49-1499.03, subsection 1, subsection A. And the process for doing that is outlined in the statute. Employees may report suspected violations anonymously through our Ethics Point third-party provider, through the Fort Calhoun Station Employee Concerns Program, or by filing a complaint with Human Capital. In the past 12 months, no suspected violations have been reported regarding the board, and 13 reports have been filed, investigated, and appropriately dispositioned in the company. In 2019, 7 were reported. For the 13 that we received, 1 was concerning offensive or inappropriate communication, and we found that a violation did occur. 1 was regarding discrimination. There was no substantiation of that allegation. 1 was simply an inquiry, and we answered that inquiry. No allegation was investigated. And 10 concerned violations of policies. 2 violations did occur, and in 8 cases, there was no substantiation of a violation. So there were a total of 13 again. So in 8 situations, we investigated, and there was no substantiation of the allegation. In 4 situations, there was found to be a violation, and appropriate and prudent action was taken, and that could have either been discipline or coaching, depending on the nature of the situation. And the next page. And with that, the Governance Committee has reviewed and accepted the monitoring report and recommends that the board finds OPPD to be sufficiently in compliance with Board Policy SD10. And I'll take any questions.
If there are no questions, I would suggest that this goes to the consent agenda.
Anne?
You have a,
Oh,
we have a question?
I just have a comment, and Mark, in my defense, even though this was
no, it was fine. It's true.
Even
We
though-
don't have to do a lot of work on some of these.
But this is important, and I just think that just because it doesn't require the detail and the number of folks involved as the SD7 monitoring report, this is important, and we do take this seriously, and are really very appreciative of OPPD for holding both the board and their employees accountable. So thank you very much.
And I will say that the investigations do take time. So we appreciate that, Janice. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Janice. Are there any other comments? Craig, do you have a comment?
Nope, I just echo what Janice just said. She's
Okay.
spot on.
Great, spot on. Okay, then this will go to the consent agenda. And I believe I am complete as far as the governance committee. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Director McGuire. Well done. Let's take a look at our planned agenda for Thursday. And it looks like we need to slide SD7 to the board discussion action items. Are there any others that require discussion? Hearing none, that means no. So I think our board agenda is good for Thursday. And now we are on to Power with Purpose update. I'll leave that up to Tim or Mary. Tim, you're muted.
Thank you. Yeah, so thank you very much. I'm going to go ahead and kick this off very quickly and turn it over to Mary and Lisa. This is a pretty important day where the organization's work over the last year, as this board knows, is kind of coming to a point where we're going to identify some very clear activities that we're going to be pursuing across our community around Power with Purpose, and we'll be beginning that communication. We've done it with employees internally, did some presentations today online around Power with Purpose, and it's no surprise to the board in our conversation that we're going to have today. It's an opportunity for us to share it publicly, and then allow that opportunity for the public to engage with us in the topic, for us to engage with the public and our customers on this topic. And so I'm going to turn it over to Mary and Lisa and their teams to talk about Power with Purpose update, and specifically about the backup natural gas plant sites that we've identified and that we've shared with the board, but now we're sharing publicly, and we'll begin to have that conversation with the public as well. So with that, I'm going to probably turn it over to Mary, and she will start us out.
Thank you. And I will go through this in detail. I want to make sure that we have all of the questions answered, and that we give a good overview for the public viewing. And when I get down to stakeholder engagement, I'm going to ask my peer and good friend, Lisa Olson, to jump in, and she's going to finish it out for us. So I'll start with the agenda, Power with Purpose overview. We'll talk about why we're doing this and how we're doing it. We'll talk about our schedule. I'll give you just a brief update on our solar, and then we'll move to the gas sites. Today we'll announce publicly where we intend to locate the new gas assets. We'll give you some layouts, some technology, and some renderings for public consumption, and then turn it over to Lisa to talk about stakeholder engagement update. Next slide, please, Mo. So let's define the problem. You know, we have a growing load, and as that load has been growing over the last year or two, what we've seen are expiring capacity checks that we had when we made the decision to retire Fort Calhoun. We put those contracts in place, and now it's been a number of years, and we're starting to see those contracts expire. At the same time, we've made the commitment to retire units 1, 2, and 3 at North Omaha, and fuel switch units 4 and 5 from coal to natural gas. You click one more time, please, Mo. What that creates for us is an accreditation capacity gap. And so our accredited capacity does have this gap. And as we went through this analysis and we went to the board last fall, we requested the way to fill this gap was as provided on the next slide. So our solution was the Power with Purpose project. This Power with Purpose project really defined these challenges that we had in terms of changing generation landscape, not only in North Omaha, but across the river and then America, and we've seen some changes there as well as up and down the river and in the whole of SPP. We have growing needs, not just in the area where we have Facebook and Google, but we also have growing communities, and we're seeing that across our service territory as well. And we gave the board the knowledge around reliability and resiliency and why that is so critically important, especially as we went through the flood last spring. It really became apparent to us that this is a critical endeavor for us to ensure that we maintain at least the reliability and the resiliency that we have today and keep that into the future. When you don't have that, you saw the outcome of that in California earlier this year. Our framework is our mission: affordable, reliable, and environmentally sensitive energy services. We do that through your direction by the strategic directives that you have given to us, and our legal and regulatory obligations, whether those be FERC and NERC or the SPP. We have several others, but those are the major ones. The solution that we came up with was large-scale solar, utility-grade solar, with natural gas backup. We want to modernize our natural gas assets to replace North Omaha units 1, 2, and 3, and to be able to fuel switch units 4 and 5 to natural gas. That gives us the added benefit of reducing our carbon emissions at North Omaha by about 80 to 90%. And overall, we'll reduce our emissions level from 2010 through 2024, when we make these switches at North Omaha, by about 30% across our fleet. As we institute this solution, we'll do a backward pass and make sure that we don't need to add any voltage support devices along the way. So we keep those on the table and keep looking back, just make sure that we're meeting that reliability and resiliency goal that we have. And we will go out and do all of this through our competitive bidding process and put out requests for proposals to finalize the assets that we intend to bring on into our service territory. Next slide, please. We came up with a solution that was really centered around this harmony between accredited solar resources and accredited gas to meet the accreditation requirements that we have in the SPP. On the right-hand side of this slide, you see the SPP footprint. It spans from Canada down to Texas, and so it has a large expanse through the middle of the country. We have good wind resources, but they're also intermittent. So that 1,000 megawatts of wind that we have in our fleet today does have that intermittency. Solar, when we bring it on, will have intermittency. And our backup natural gas really provides that reliability and resiliency, especially in these weather events that we have seen over the past 3 years. If you look down at the bottom, you see the transmission line that's laying on the ground. That was during the tornado in 2017. And then we had the polar vortex that hit and really snapped a bunch of lines, as you can see kind of in the middle picture here. And at the top, you can see last year as the flood came in, the river moved significantly to where we had transmission lines in the middle of the river. So all of these events have really led us to continue to understand and continue to model around our reliability and resiliency to be able to have our system ride through these events without loss of service to our customer owners. These natural gas assets have a startup time, really quick ramp time, about 20 minutes. If you look at my North Omaha units 1, 2, and 3, those can take up to 24 hours from a cold start to get to full load. These can do that in about 20 minutes. So it really brings on fast ramping units as well as units that will come and meet the conditions for any kind of intermittency that we have on the other assets that we have in the fleet. And then it allows us to refuel our coal assets, as I've said, at the North Omaha station. Next slide, please. So why natural gas? I went through some of that here, but leading up to this slide, we need the accredited capacity to meet our peak load plus 12%, which is our requirement to be part of the SPP marketplace. Natural gas is cost effective and it is a cleaner, more efficient fuel than what we have in our coal generation stations today. It supports the renewable integration, as I just spoke about, but it complements that up to 600 megawatts of solar facilities, the 400 to 600 megawatts of solar facilities that we intend to bring on as part of this solution. And it is an important step towards our journey to decarbonization. We talked a lot about that today and what the plans are. I've talked about this last fall, about this being the bridge to take us into the next level of decarbonization and where we need to go into the future. So it's a great step forward for us and really provides us with that flexibility that we need as we do the modeling and look into the future to understand how we get to net zero carbon by 2050. Next slide. I get a lot of questions, Lisa and I, and Tim too, and you probably will as well. And so this is a great slide to go back and refer to. We tried to put in here what these assets would be, and we get questions about how tall would they be, how visible would they be, what can you do to provide us some aesthetics around them to mitigate the site that some people don't like to see. And so we put this slide together to give you a feel for what these look like. If you look at the left-hand side, typically a reciprocating engine facility only has about 100 feet, 60 to 85 feet, 65 to 95 feet. In comparison to something that people drive by every day, which is the Sarpy County landfill, that landfill is really about 80 to 100 feet. Our normal transmission lines that you see running up and down in our communities, in and around our communities, that is really about 130 to 150 feet. And if you look at combustion turbines, natural gas facilities, they run somewhere between 80 and 180 feet, depending on what sort of combustion turbine you purchase. Compare that to Nebraska Crossing Water Tower, which you've all seen. It's about 200 feet, and the average wind turbine is about 280 feet. So it puts it in perspective, I think, for people that it is not the largest, tallest asset that we have in terms of the wind turbines, but it's also consistent with some other things that you see in and around our communities. Next slide. So on this slide,
Hey, Mary.
go through. Yes.
Hey, Mary, this is Tim. I apologize. If you could just go back one slide. I think one of the things that we have shared with people is that on the combustion turbine natural gas facility at our Cass County site, we have 60 feet stacks, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Mary, in our conversation, where at Sarpy County, we may have a little higher stack because of the different technologies that are used. And so we try to kind of put these ranges together for people to get a sense of kind of what it looks like, even though when we identify the specific technology, we'll have a very clear idea on what that design will look like. And we'll know more then.
Yep, that's
Sorry
correct.
about that.
Thank you, Tim. No, thank you. Next slide, please. So what are the considerations that we take into account? And this just tells you the breadth of things that we took into account as we looked at where to site our power future. We started with the social aspects. We didn't want to be too close to businesses or place of worships. We don't want to disturb any cemeteries. We look at commercial and industry and how we can fit in, or agriculture, how we can fit in there. We look at new developments. We look at what the plans are in and around the communities in which we serve, schools, residences, and parks and recreation. So all of the social aspects of planting, of putting the site someplace really come into effect. So it starts with that, you know, where is a place where we can actually fit in to the plans that are there in the community and not be disruptive in terms of what those plans are. On the environmental side, we take a strong look at conservation areas, floodplains. As I just spoke about, flooding is one of the things that we have some of our plants exposed to, and we're very sensitive to that. And so we're trying to stay as far away from adding anything into the floodplains as we can. We look at federal and state lands, historical or archaeological sites. And threatened and endangered species are some of the other considerations that we took into account. And then we move to our engineering to make sure that if we can find a site that meets the social and environmental aspects, is it constructible? Can we do it at that site at a cost that is affordable for our customer owners? We look at roadways, we look at railroads, irrigation, wells, access to transmission, and access to, in this case, in particular, gas pipelines. We also look at whether or not it can maintain the structures, a geotechnical perspective. We look at the site topography and make sure that we fit into the area in a way that is meaningful and will meet our engineering concerns for the overall design of the power plant. So I'm going to move on to the next slide, which is really going to talk a little bit about our Power with Purpose timeline. And we've done a lot of work over the course of the last year to get us to this point. It's really, I said, rewarding, I think, for the team, the broad team that has been engaged in this, that have been started, you know, way last summer, looking at integrated modeling and really for the first time bringing our resource planning group together with our financial planning group and our financial planning group to take a holistic view of what would be the overall best solution for our customer owners, and really came up with the solar and natural gas combination. The solar RFP process we've been talking to you about on a monthly basis since last fall. You know that we are off into that process, and I'll go through a bit more detail here in a minute on the next slide. Transmission and substation engineering is really looking at how do they fit in with the solar and the natural gas assets as we site those, and how do they bring those substations and transmission lines in to these new generation in the most economical way. And then an RFP process for our natural gas assets. There will be an RFP that will go out today for one of the technologies, and then one to follow within the next month. And I'll talk a bit more about that when we get to those slides. We have conducted site technical assessments, so we know that the sites we don't believe there's any fatal flaws in those sites. We still have some work to do, but we feel confident enough that we're ready to make these announcements today. And as you know, we've had regulatory filings that we made at the end of April. We've talked about those as we did those. That was a requirement for SPP for us to get those in early, and we've done that. And as we make these siting arrangements and move forward with our technology, and we can pull those applications as we talked to you about in April, we'll go through and we'll pull the ones that we don't need, and we'll leave the ones in that we do need for the future in order to get our assets into that study that SPP will do to give us the generation interconnection request and to approve those as we've requested. And then stakeholder outreach, I'll let Lisa talk about that in detail as we get to those slides. We could go to the next slide, please. So on the solar side, just a bit of an update here. What we want to do, this is a picture of our Fort County facility, and as you can see, it sits quite nicely in the property that NextEra has built it on. This is a purchase power arrangement with NextEra, and so we wanted to just highlight the community solar in our discussions about utility solar, utility grade solar going forward. We continue to be focused on evaluating the best value of our projects and really looking at how to support credited capacity and system resiliency with these assets. This is the development of OPPD's first utility scale foreign PPA. And so we've taken our time to ensure that we understand what we want to have into that purchase power arrangement and the preparations for negotiations. We've been careful, we've been thoughtful, and we've been methodical in how we've put these together and really looking at those projects that are high potential. And so we will move forward with this overall solar form PPA over the next few months. And at the end of that time, we anticipate that we will be able to announce to the board as well as to the community at large multiple projects and locations to meet our 400 to 600 megawatts of solar that was authorized by the board last November. I'll just pause there and see if you have any questions on solar. Okay, seeing none. Let's go to the next slide, please. So the team would like to announce, and this is the broad team, I include the whole community of OPPD, that our new generation will be sited in the city of Papillion. We're calling it for now the Sarpy County South site. It is located between Fairview Road and Platteview Road in Sarpy County, right adjacent to the Sarpy County landfill. And we have been working really hard with the city of Papillion to ensure that we would meet all of their requirements for a site that would be located in this area. They've been really great, terrific partners to work with. They have been giving us their preferences about where this location should be, how it fits in with their overall development. And I also announce that we put in an application to build this facility to the city of Papillion late yesterday afternoon. The facility will be constructed. If we go to the next slide. We'll have another facility that will be constructed at the military site, what we've been calling the military site. This will be reciprocating engines. It is co-located with MUD, and they have been also great partners to work with. Their site at 120th and Military is property that they owned, that they've been willing to work with us on to be able to site this new facility at that location. If we go to the next slide, I'd like to just compare the two sites and the type of technology that we're planning at each site. So at the Papillion site, we intend to put in combustion turbines. They'll be simple cycle. There'll likely be 2 units there. We're planning on 2 units there. And the total will be somewhere between 400 and 450 megawatts at that facility. It'll be dual fuel capable, and it will be hydrogen capable. It's a peaking facility. We have been talking to the city of Papillion about noise ordinances, and I'll walk you through that here in a minute, but we do intend to meet those local ordinances. And we've also been talking to them about visual aesthetics, and it's really key and important to us that we become good neighbors in that area. And so we have been putting together some thoughts around visual screening that I will share with you also in a few minutes. These units, as I said before, are really quick ramping units. They have capability to meet emissions compliance, and they will quick ramp depending on the technology that we purchase from different vendors, somewhere between 10 and 18 minutes. We use 20 as kind of the outside limit of what we would expect from these combustion turbines. At the MUD military site, we intend on locating reciprocating engines, which is smaller units. They typically run about 18 megawatts apiece. We intend to put in 6 to 9 units at that location, of about 100 to 150 megawatts. They also will be dual fuel capable. It will be a peaking facility. We'll meet the noise ordinances. We also will be sharing with you our thoughts around visual screening for aesthetics in that location. And these are very quick ramping capability with emissions compliance, so less than 5 minutes. And the beauty about these is that you can bring them on one at a time. And so if you just have a need for just a little bit of support on the system, you can just bring on one unit and you can bring them on individually. So very flexible and really quick ramping units that we intend to bring on at the MUD military site. Next slide. I'm just checking to make sure I don't have any questions before we go on from here. I do see a question, Director Williams.
Yeah, so left side is Sarpy County, right side is military, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, great. And then left side, you've listed as dual fuel and hydrogen capable. Dual fuel meaning natural gas and what?
Backup for resiliency will be fuel oil. So we'll put in a fuel oil tank. You know, one of the things that I asked my team to go back and look, we have fuel oil capability at our Sept County units. Over the course of the last 5 years, they typically have had to run on fuel oil about 2% of the time. So it is really very rare that we run them, but it is very necessary when we run them to be able to have that fuel oil for backup for resiliency purposes.
And that's about 2% of the operational hours, not 2% of the entire time of the year, correct?
That is correct, 2% of the operational hours. They only run about 5 to 6% over the last 5 years has been average. We anticipate that as we bring on more renewables and SPP brings on more renewables, that our units will probably run a bit more. So we're estimating somewhere between 10 to 15% of the time. But we don't see them running any more than that, at least in the near future.
Great, and
then 10 years.
Yep. So on the RICE at military, that's similar to the Elk City landfill facility. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And on the left side, it lists hydrogen capable. Are the RICE engines, could a blend of fuel in addition to natural gas be used there? Is that something that is possible? I know that the methane captured at the landfill is one option. Is there anything else that could be used in these engines other than the natural gas that they're designed to run on most of the time? Other than the fuel oil capable there?
You know, I think I'll phone a friend and I'll ask Megan Walker or Scott Edom to help me respond to that question.
Yeah, Mary, this is Scott Edom. From the information that we have looked at so far, which again is preliminary, some of the reciprocating engine technologies can burn an assortment of fuels and a mixture. So yes, they are capable, and we will confirm that capability as part of the request for proposal process.
Thank you, Scott.
Thanks. And I might just add, as I did my walk around a couple of weeks ago, I was at the Sarpy County Station on 36 and Cornhusker. And one of the things they had generated on fuel oil on number 5 because of we had a bad natural gas valve. But here's an example where they had a valve go bad on the natural gas side, but they were still able to generate for resiliency, and it was called on by SPP to operate. So So that kind of speaks to that resiliency of that dual fuel capability. But I think to your point, Director Williams, we're looking at those other alternatives. Specifically as we may be on a site, with MUD that may provide us a little different opportunity in the future. On that site, they also have their liquefied natural gas facility and other potential capabilities in the future. So this is for my perspective, we're lining up incredibly well for the future on whatever these new fuels may look like.
This type of technology brings us a lot of flexibility, to Tim's point, and excited to bring them into our fleet and to be able to meet the requirements that we see that are occurring in the changing landscape of SPP. We could go to the next slide, please.
Mary, could I just add one thing?
Sure.
So I just want to give kudos to the team and congratulate you on being so thorough with this process and really looking to the future when you're looking at fuel and how you're building these facilities. I know that, there's been some talk in other utilities in Nebraska about, using hydrogen as a source, and they found out that they couldn't use the hydrogen in a way that they wanted to because of the type of turbine that they have. And so looking to the future and looking at alternative fuel sources, I think will really only serve us very well in the future. So thank you so much to your team for really working so hard to include the hydrogen and or any other fuel sources in the future that might become available. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. I appreciate it. Again, this has been a really broad effort across all of OPPD, and it is a extensive team that has worked on this, and it's really a proud day for us. So thank you for that comment. On this slide, we had several questions about what do these units look like. So we took actual pictures of our units, and we are proud to display our Cass County unit on the left, which are 2 simple cycle combustion turbines, about 162 megawatts each. And on the right side, our Elk City station, as you referred to earlier, Director Williams, this is a picture of that facility out in Douglas County. Units, we keep our areas clean. We try to be very good neighbors, and we're really proud of our units, and we really do take care of them and want to be that good neighbor within the communities in which we serve. Next slide, please. So we were asked to put together some renderings because it is really critical for us, I think, to get through and to really understand what it is that we are really bringing into the community. And so we started with noise levels. As I told you, we intend to meet those noise ordinances. In the city of Pavilion, they are 70 decibels during the day and 55 at night. And so I put together this slide with the help of the engineering team, Megan Walker and Scott Edom. They found this from the source, from the American Academy of Audiology. And if you just look at this, I want to focus in on the loud, your alarm clock every morning or traffic. That's 70 decibels. So what we're talking about in terms of meeting the daytime restrictions within the city of Pavilion, and actually at the MUD site, it is the same ordinance, is similar to loud traffic. So if you had some loud traffic going by, I think one of the other examples that we had was maybe a motorcycle going by your home was in that same range. 60 decibels is the conversation that we're having today, or your dishwasher in your house. 50 gets you down to moderate rainfall. So at 55, we're at kind of moderate rainfall. Those are the types of sound ordinances that we intend to meet. And then soft, getting down to that quiet library or whisper in that library. So as you can see, there's a pretty good range here. But as I show you on the next slide, We do have to put together the study on what we believe the noise will be coming from the combustion turbines at the Papillion site. If you look at the center ring, that center ring is 74 decibels. So again, kind of in that loud traffic noise area. So if you're up next to the generating facility, that's the type of noise that you could expect. As you see going out further, you get down there to Platteview Road and Fairview Road, you can see that we're down to 51 decibels. So we're down into that quiet range of a normal conversation, almost pushing to get down into the area of where you're in a quiet library. So this is some of the work that we've done and some of the discussions that we've had. And we do know without any mitigation that these units can meet these decibel levels, at least based on our preliminary engineering that we've done for the combustion turbines at this location.
And that's either physical mitigation or that's natural mitigation, which would be some of the other items that Mary's going to talk with you about as well.
So next slide. So we were asked to put together renderings. What would this look like? So this is a picture if you were to be driving down Platteview Road looking northeast. And in the upper left-hand corner, you can see the box up there, the orange box is where we intend to locate the generating unit. And you can see kind of that eyeball looking at that area, looking northeast towards the Sarpy County landfill. In the back, the hill that you see back there is the Sarpy County landfill. And so this is what it looks like today. Mo, if you please go to the next slide. This is what it will look like when we insert our generating unit. So again, a rendering of what we anticipate it might look like with no aesthetics around it. This would just be the unit itself and likely a fence. If you go to the next slide, please. This is what it would look like when we put a pine tree buffer around the site. And we were asked, can you paint the stacks green? So we put that in here too. We can paint the stacks. I know there's been several suggestions to paint them blue or to paint them white so that they blend in with the sky as opposed to the greenery around there. So we're capable of doing anything. We just, for display purposes in this rendering, did go ahead and paint them green because that was what was requested. What would they look like? If you go to the next slide, please, Mo. You go. We were also asked to look at what does it look like looking east from 168th Avenue, 168th Street, across towards the Sarpy County landfill. And so in the background, the hill that you see again is the Sarpy County landfill. We're looking east. Next slide. And then you see the plant that's been installed. Next slide. Again, that pine tree buffer going around the site. And so we've put together these slides in order to help the general community understand what they might be seeing in the future at that location. I'll pause there before I go to the 120th and Military site and see if we have any additional questions on Sarpy County South. Okay. Director Molhoff, did you have a question or is that a hand that is still up? Okay.
That was a stale hand, sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to make sure. Director Williams, do you have a question? No, I think it's been taken down as well. Okay, we'll move on to the 120th and Military site. We've also done some renderings there. They're a bit different, as you might expect, just based on what we have available in order to put these together. But we've been working in partnership with our corporate communications and HDR and our engineering staff to put together these renderings. So this is a view of what it looks like today. You can see the 120th and Military is down there kind of in the center of the picture off to the right. And what you see, the circle, you can see kind of the white circle in the middle there. I don't know, Mo, if you can run your cursor over that so they can see that. That is a communication tower. In the background, you can see there's a white tank back there. That's the MUD facility as it exists today. Next slide, please. So we put together, again, the noise rings for purposes of really letting people know that we are going to meet those ordinances. City of Omaha is 55 at night and 60 during the day, so just a little bit of difference there. But again, in that inner ring, you can see at that point, these reciprocating engines are a bit quieter. They're only about 59 decibels. And as we move out away from the site, we get down to that 44 range. And that really is, kind of at the edge of property that we're seeing them running down into the 40s. And so we definitely will meet the requirements of the city of Omaha and the noise ordinances that they have there. Again, this is without any type of mitigation at all. So we can install some type of mitigation. Oh, I'm being corrected. No, these are with mitigation. So thank you, Megan, for sending me that note. They did put some mitigation into here. Any other comments or questions? Okay, next slide. So this is what it looks like currently. Again, we're going to take a view that is looking northwest from Ramble Ridge Road, if you're familiar with that area. Next slide. And when we get to this slide, you can just see the top of a building in the background, and the top of that building and the transmission lines running through there. This is with existing landscaping, and when we add landscaping around after the construction of this facility, it will look something like the next slide. Thank you, Mo. So again, really, there's quite a steep grade on this property, and it really helps us to move that down into the area to where it's really undetectable at this point in time is what we anticipate with all of the landscaping and that we would put in after the construction. This is the next slide where we're looking at southwest view from Military Road. Again, this is existing conditions. You can see that circle that I spoke about before, and you can see the communication tower. And in the background, you can see the tanks on the MUD site where they have stored liquid natural gas. On the next slide, you can see the facility coming in. You can see the transmission lines. If you barely see just at the very bottom there, the outline of a building. And the next slide, please. And this is what it would look like if we put trees in and around that area. You will notice that we're not covering the transmission lines. We have requirements to keep those corridors clear. We definitely do not want to be putting trees in and around that area. We have very specific requirements that we meet in order in and around those transmission lines. I'll pause here to see if you have any questions or comments before I turn it over to Lisa to talk about our stakeholder outreach in these areas. Okay, I'm sure to turn it over to Lisa Olson.
You're on mute.
You're on mute, Lisa.
Thank you. Once again, I've been trying to practice not muting, so I guess I get enough in that. So I just wanted to echo what Mary said. This truly has been a labor of love across the district, and I choose that word wisely because we are looking at the future, and like what Director Molhoff said, I mean, what's in the best interest of everybody and what we can do for the environment going forward, as well as our communities and so forth. So that is from the bottom of our hearts. So just wanted to convey that because our teams across all business units, you guys, this has been all hands on deck, both internally and externally. So hours, weekends, months, holidays, birthdays, it's been a complete collaboration. So the reflection has been off the charts. I'm getting a little emotional there. So next slide, please. You've seen this all the way back to last in just 2019. We have been true to our process here for stakeholders. I will say that the team they've developed a solid plan. We've stuck to that. However, we've had some curveballs, especially big ones like COVID. And I'm so proud of the team, Lori Zagurski and Kate Thomas and the whole team. I mean, there are so many people behind the scenes that are part of public affairs and the rest of them that really went with it and just developed a solid plan, but then did a great check and adjust along the way. So as you know, we already had placed ads in local newspapers to do our traditional open houses, which we love, to have a cup of coffee with our customers and our community leaders. And literally we had to pull those ads and say that it was going to be a virtual meeting. And so we did have hundreds of people that came and saw our state of the utility on our OPPD Listens platform. And then during that time as well, the team launched with the help of Sarah Lake and the team and so forth for a new platform that we're the first utility to be using that for OPPD Community Connect. And so I'm proud to say as of today, we've had over 1,000 people come to that website. And so kudos to the team on that. So more to come because there's going to be so many more elements to that. So I'm just going to quickly go through right now. The next slide, please. So you've seen this multiple times. It's a journey. And I just wanted to say on our OPPD Community Connect, on the right-hand side of that website is a timeline that we're following with specifics. And that's going to be the beauty of this as well. But I just wanted to pause on this as well to say, we started this way back in 2019 and we're continuing with that as well. Next slide, please. So executive summary, just high level here. I just want to go through quickly to say, here are our objectives really for the going forward. One, to increase overall awareness of Power with Purpose. And as Mary said, and many of us, we've been on a roadshow talking to multiple organizations and leaders, community leaders and so forth during the last several months, and we'll continue to do that. Two, reinforce the core values of caring for one another, honoring our communities and passion to serve. And that has really come through loud and clear with this outreach as well. And it will continue to do so, even though we're virtual. And then three, deliver on phase 3 of the current Power with Purpose outreach approach. So with a strong integrated effort across the district and a commitment to the IAP2, the International Association of Participation methodology, this effort will enforce the key messages. One, Power with Purpose is the best way for us to serve our growing communities. It balances affordability, reliability, and resiliency and environmental sensitivity. And two, OPPD's commitment to lead, collaborate, and innovate so our communities continue to thrive. And those aren't just words. We live and breathe it every single day, especially with the public power model. And then last but not least, the work we do today with Power with Purpose and for the past several months, hours, will serve us well into the future. And I want to thank, on behalf of senior management, the commitment by the board and the leadership there, because like I said, you've been able to help us to get to where we are today and for the future. So I echo what Director Molhoff said. The teams are looking at what's the best generation going forward that has flexibility as well to meet all those. So the team has used an integrated multi-channeled approach to accomplish these objectives, and we will be measuring them, but one measurement is not going to be part of this entire stakeholder outreach. Next slide, please. Thank you, Mo. As we always said from the very beginning, we wanted to start with our employees first, and we have been doing that over the last this journey, as well as especially with this announcement and so forth, talking to our employees as well. I'd like to say we're also adding a new component to our stakeholder. We've been doing targeted marketing now, and so we've targeted the employees that are around these particular sites as well, and we're going to be doing a WebEx with them during the next few days to talk through specifics and their concerns and so forth, because they're going to be our ambassadors as well. And then as we were talking to MUD, they love this idea so much that they said, I offered, and I said, would you mind if we did this with the MUD employees as well? And they loved that. So we're going to be doing that outreach as well, because their plant has been in that area since in the 70s. So it's great to continue that partnership and so forth. So you'll see further on, we're going to be doing outreach with the communities, and then letters are going out to those particular neighborhood associations and so forth to join us in a WebEx. And of course, the board will be an actively part of that. So mark your calendars for the 29th and the 30th, and more to come on that. Second of all, build broad awareness with the media and education. And as we speak, there will be a wire story, and back to our direction of being the first and best source of information about OPPD. The team has done a beautiful job writing a story on the wire, and we'll be doing a continuation and a lot of features, interviewing Mary and Javier and the team members and so forth along the way, and customers along this journey. So just wanted to let you know, this is just one of many. Lots of them and so forth. So you'll probably be seeing, and I'll talk a little bit more about this, digital billboards, radio. I heard some of the radio spots over the weekend, and I texted the team, and it's just really talking about power with purpose and the need for it. Because we know a lot of people haven't been deep into all of this. So we want to let them know that OPPD truly is their energy partner. And then last but not least, continuing the connection with the one-on-ones. And when I say one-on-ones, those are organizations, political and community leaders, senators, commissioners, and so forth. And we're going to continue that along with the homeowners associations and public outreach. So next slide, please. So I talked a little bit about the key tactics that the team came up with as part of the very thorough plan. And we talked about we're having our first virtual town hall with all employees next week. While we have all been communicating with our employees as leaders often, every week. In fact, Tim has Tim Talks and so forth, but we're also going to be doing a virtual town hall as well. And of course, Power with Purpose is going to be part of that. We're also going to be talking about diversity and inclusion and what's going on in our community. So just part of our conversation that we're having with our employees. Social and billboard and radio, as we talked about. Targeted social media as well, as we know. And then, of course, updates on OPPD Community Connect, along with the timeline and the wire, and so much more. So, like I said, on the second bullet on the right-hand side, dedicated outreach meetings. Letters are going out to targeted areas on September 29th and 30th to those communities, so that if there's things, comments, concerns, and so forth, we'll be there to listen and talk through what Power with Purpose is. So. Next slide, please. Next is just a sampling of the campaign awareness. The future is bright, and we're just continuing that conversation so that people understand what we've been doing, where we're going, and how they can engage and so forth. So as I said, multiple channels, multiple ways. We've been talking in outlets, which goes to every single customer for the last several months on Power with Purpose, with updates as including today's announcement as well. So that's electronic as well as paper, because we do have some of our traditional customers that, like I said, they come to me and said, look, I read your outlets all the time. So thank you for that. And then last but not least, so proud of the team and the organization on the OPPD Community Connect. Next slide, please, Mo. And the launch of this this new platform, we're going to be using it for pathways to decarbonization, diversity inclusion conversations, and so much more. So this is just the beginning of it all, and we're going to be doing video vignettes on it, as well as FAQs, education. Because not everybody knows exactly what we're talking about and so forth. So that platform is there. So I'm going to pause there. I've talked about a lot of different parts of the plan and so forth, but I just want to close on my part of thank you to all of the people within OPPD and the teams for this has been a top priority. It's a very complicated subject to communicate in an effective way. And we've been doing a lot of testing of messaging and so forth. And I want to say thank you to the teams and the leadership on that. So I'm going to pause there, and then I'm going to let Tim Burke close it up with next steps.
Thanks, Lisa. Any questions for Lisa on the stakeholder process for this wonderful initiative?
I have a comment, especially about the OPPD Community Connect. I want to verify, is this the first time, anytime a utility has used this Community Connect, Lisa? Is that what you had said?
That is correct. A lot of communities, like I said, it started off in Australia, but it's used for sightings like in various communities for pathways, bike transportation. So like I said, we're going to be one of the first utilities to use it for this purpose.
Well, I just Googled it, or I just went OPPD.com, and I got it within about 20 seconds. I got on there, and I am so impressed at all of the questions, the facts that you order with the power with purpose. I mean, it is an amazing website. It's so much detail. And I really like at the very end, as the personal person that you can communicate with is Sarah Lake, and they have her picture there. And please answer any question in addition to that. I mean, this is an amazing website. Congratulations.
Well, like I said, the team researched it, and thank you for that, Director McGuire.
It's a good way to get surveys, because they have a survey you can take on it. I can't wait to take it.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so many nuances and tools that we're going to be able to use. We've just scratched the surface right now. And then with the FAQs, as we hear in the community as well, we'll continue to add new question and answers to that as well. So it's going to be extremely interactive. So kudos to, like I said, Lori Zagorski and Sarah, and oh my gosh, I could go on and on with the entire teams across the district and outside the district.
Again, leading the way. Thank you.
That's right. Thank you.
I've got a quick question. So transmission planning, when we've done other transmission expansions, the one that was in Sarpy County earlier, there was a very deliberate process to get stakeholder input, right? Like how do you envision these things threading together? I know correct me if I'm wrong, Mary, but we don't know where the transmission lines are going to go necessarily yet.
Yeah.
So help me understand how that all fits together.
Oh, actually, that is absolutely perfect to the next slide as well. This platform and our engagement, all of this is coming together. And as you know, we had huge success with Sarpy County transmission siting and so forth. In fact, we were able to work with everybody. And in fact, in terms of exactly if they needed it on the other side of the road and so forth. And the engagement was extremely effective. And so all of this is coming together as well. And the teams have been working together over the last several months, years. And we'll start using this platform as well.
Yeah, I don't think it's in place of, hopefully, but in the interim, I think it begins to complement our broader face-to-face stakeholder outreach that we have on our transmission siting. And so we will begin that process probably sometime in 2021 on this Power with Purpose project, the multiple projects, both the north and the south, or the Sarpy County and the Douglas County site. And so this won't necessarily take the place of that, but I think it will certainly embellish it quite a bit and allow people who do not want to go face-to-face or can't go face-to-face, allow them the opportunity to engage around it, and also be able to get them the information and answer questions that anybody can post. And then what we'll do is continually add to those answers to those questions, so it becomes very robust in our ability to answer questions that people may have. So we're looking forward to seeing how this actually adds to the value of our traditional transmission siting process.
I will add to that, the team is also looking at creative and safe ways that we can engage with the communities going forward, of having a cup of coffee and so forth. So it won't just be electronic, but we're just going to find safe ways to do all of that. But your comment is spot on, because think about it. You've got all of these projects, you've got the strategic initiatives, you've got the Vision 2050 on top of that, and so all of that, the team is mapping out all of this. So when I beg for some grace, that's what this is all about. So, and some oxygen for the team.
Yeah. So that's helpful. Thank you for laying that out. And I'm sure that's a complicated nest that you're putting together right now. I had another question. Obviously these projects don't just kind of like happen. We have many partners externally that were critical to helping us get to this point, to identify locations, work through issues. And I think you probably hit on a few through the presentation, but could we just take a moment and highlight maybe a couple of the key ones that were instrumental partners that helped us get to this point?
And Mary and I can tag team this as well. Of course, HDR has been a phenomenal partner. So thoughtful, of course, with the outreach as well as the planning and environmental side of it as well. Mary, do you want to add some on your part?
Again, the City of Papillion and obviously the MUD, Metropolitan Utilities District, they've been phenomenal to work with as we've gone through this process. I would say the landowner that has really worked with us to make sure that this could go forward. And then it's remiss of us not to mention that Lisa and I co-sponsored this with Javier and Troy, and so they have been actively involved in really pushing this forward. So we've had Nodal companies in, we've had Lamp Rearson in, so we have had some really good support and partners in moving this forward.
As well as another one, the NRD. I mean, we could go on and on and on.
I would say, one of the things, and we didn't necessarily show those slides on the South Sarpy site, but one of the things that we shared with the board was, and what we heard very clearly from the City of Papillion is that let's create, if we can help you cite this in our jurisdiction, how can you help us maintain the current density and valuations in this footprint and what that may look like. And it was really the HDR and the Nodal group that really came back to us and said, hey, here's a way to be able to do that. And worked with our teams, worked with the City of Papillion and their planning, Mark Stursma, Dave Black, Amber Powers, with our operations team, and really forming, I think, a really good partnership. And it wasn't a slam dunk. There were some really good critical conversations to get us to this point. And then I would say on the MUD property, just a great partnership with MUD. Mark Doyle, Dave DeBoer, Stephanie at MUD have just been great to work with, and really, finding a way for us to find a solution that fits best. And both of these sites have transmission nearby. Both of these sites have natural gas facilities nearby. And so it really is, from our perspective anyway, a win-win. And I think the communities feel that way as well. And so as we begin to go to the City of Papillion, I'm probably moving into the next slide here a little bit, but as we begin to do that, we filed with the City of Papillion an application for a number of different things, and working with them about that site and how we might be able to develop it, and understand how we want to zone that in the best interest. We've had the opportunity in small groups to meet with many of their council members to get their feedback and input. And so we'll be going through that development process with the city of Papillion, but that communication has been honest, it's been direct, and it's been with partnership in mind. And I would say the same thing with Mark Doyle and MUD and Dave DeBoer and that team, really helping us find solutions for issues that might have surfaced up. And so just I really, it's a great partnership. Director Moody, I'm glad you asked that question, because not only did our team put significant amount of time and energy in it, but so did the partners, to make sure that we found a solution that we could all begin to communicate at the same time. And there's just the logistics to be able to do that. So,
yeah, well, thank you for that. I mean, great to hear that HDR, Noddle, and LAMP were good partners. We pay them to be good partners, right? So that's exceptional. But I want to hold up the City of Papillion, MUD, the NODs. Like, those are the people, those public agency partners. Without them, this stuff is just not possible. So huge thanks to them for their work on this.
Absolutely. I think Amanda might have had a question. Yep. I think.
More of a comment. I just wanted to thank Mary and Lisa for taking the time set aside specifically to address my questions and concerns with regard to the military site. That is a site that falls in my subdivision, and I represent the constituents in that area. And so I'm really grateful for the time and attention that they have taken to really make sure that that site is well planned and well utilized, and that we're putting the right technological solution up there that's not going to be too loud for our neighbors. And I'm excited to see how that unfolds and how that stakeholder engagement process continues. So thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Amanda. Director Williams.
Yeah, appreciation to the team for all of the work that's led to this finally public announcement of the sites for the new assets. And as part of the comprehensive set of resources that Power with Purpose represents, I'm glad that we have taken a big step here with additional filing tomorrow, and that we'll continue with some of that outreach to make sure that we're clear about what these resources mean for OPPD meeting our mission and how this can be a benefit to the community. There has been some social media types of discussion over the last several weeks and months related to some of the work that we've been doing here. And in flipping back through that, there are abundant comments that say, yay, OPPD, yay, clean energy. This is great for Sarpy County. Appreciate the work that you're doing. And so I'm glad that we now have information that we can share about the specifics of the two gas facilities and how that will work with when the time is right, the discussion of the additional solar facilities and how all of those together meet the needs of OPPD and accomplish that mission as we talk about decarbonization, looking toward 2050 and all those other strategic plans. So this is a big step forward. I know that huge amounts of effort have gone into the specific technical information and the engineering to bring us to this point. And I'm very much looking forward to seeing this carried forward. And again, how this works with the other resources, the very large scale solar resources that will be finalized over the next couple months and then announced, and how all of that collectively continues to achieve OPPD's outcomes. So thank you to all of the team members who have made this step possible. And I look forward to continuing to talk about how those next steps continue to carry us forward. This is an important day, an important set of information that we now have available for the community. So again, I can't overstate how much appreciation there is for taking this all forward and seeing this in light of that larger vision of decarbonization by 2050, how all of this works together toward that long-term vision. So thank you to everyone. Looking forward to seeing the next steps.
Yeah, sounds good. So are we, and I think you'll be hearing those in the next coming months for sure. There's a lot of work going on in that area as well. So
to that end, Tim, the next slide is next steps. Can you hit those?
Yeah, let's do that. Let's step through that. So as Lisa talked about, we'll be launching the stakeholder campaign, gathering feedback, really understanding concerns, issues that we might be able to manage or mitigate on behalf of neighbors of areas, and certainly we'll be able to do that. We're currently reaching out to a lot of publicly elected officials as well, having conversations at the county and the cities, and had a briefing with a couple commissioners at Serpy County and the administrator yesterday with their planner, and we'll continue to do that as we need to do that. We will be completing and filing, I believe, tomorrow with the Power Review Board. That will have a hearing, I believe, on October 19th. And so we'll continue to brief the board on that process and what that may look like moving forward. And then, as Director Williams talked about, we're looking forward to the continued solar sourcing activities as well. And that work is going on as we're negotiating and meeting and talking to the developers in some of the specific areas. And we hope to have those come to you in the next month or so. And then we'll be issuing the natural gas equipment RFPs, and that'll be another really important kind of component into being able to kind of share what we're going to do and what it is actually going to look like. We're giving, some composites of what it may look like, or some visuals of what it may look like, but we'll actually be able to put the actual unit in a site and be able to show people what it's going to look like. I think just our nature is to give kind of worst case scenarios. And so I'm really excited as we move down to that RFP process. And then with each of these units, we'll be working on the natural gas supply conversations. And then we'll be initiating our transmission and substation execution phase. And as we begin to think about stakeholder processes in those areas, we'll certainly be able to do that. And then, as we committed a year ago, we'll continually brief the board on the progress and the updates of each one of these items to get your continued perspective, insight, guidance, feedback, and take that into consideration as we move forward. So, I want to thank the board for that over the last year, our ability to be able to do that, and for you to give us the feedback and insight that you have given us. And just thanks to the number of OPPD team members that have invested quite a bit of time and energy and career into this project. Now it's coming to fruition. Now it's coming to a full design and execution stage, and that's going to be really a fun process, and we're looking forward to it. So that's our next steps as we move forward. You'll be hearing more about that over the next month or so. And as I said earlier, kind of to the previous slide, we actually filed yesterday afternoon with the City of Papillion, and so we've started that development application process for that site to the west of the landfill. So, please, if the board has any questions or feedback that they get, please don't hesitate to come back and ask those questions so we can respond as quickly as we possibly can. And so with that concludes, I think, our presentation. But, very rarely do you get the opportunity as a CEO, maybe as an executive, maybe as a director, or a lot of engineers that are working on it, to work on a project like this. And the teams have done, I think the board would be pleased to know the teams have done exceptionally well of executing what we committed to you a year ago. And I think you'll see that come to fruition over the next several months on some of the other solar activity. Primarily outside the metropolitan area. We all know some of the hiccups that occurred with some text amendments, and we're not necessarily going to go down that path today. And we've kind of put that on the burner, but there's enough great opportunity for us to focus in on some of the other projects that we've prioritized. So we're anxious to bring those back to the board to be able to do.
Well, at the risk of going against one of our board linkage policies and weighing in on the performance of the staff, I'll do so anyway, which is to say pretty exceptional work all the way around. I know how much this has strained the organization, from the very beginning, right, and all the way through the approval of the Power of Purpose. Like, this is a meaningful step on a really important journey that we're taking. And I think on behalf of the board, we appreciate all the work that's gone into getting us to this point. It's been really great.
Very cool. Thank you all. Thanks for your support.
Okay, board members, any last comments before we adjourn on this topic?
So
hands raised.
Nope, sorry. As far as outreach, I I was over at The Wire and Community Connect, and I'm assuming that those sites will be updated maybe later today. I assume there's some press outreach, so World Herald stuff. But as far as people finding that information, I heard Lisa say that it should be available right now, and I assume that means as soon as we conclude this meeting. Is that about right?
My guess is someone's ready to push a button.
Yes.
So.
Yep.
So have at it.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
A good refresh over and over, Eric.
All right. Thank you all.
Okay. It is 3:20. We were scheduled to wrap up today at 3:50. So well done, everyone. We're 30 minutes ahead of time. And I also don't feel like we squashed any conversations in order to be ahead of time. So well done. Thanks for sticking with the virtual format. I know I saw a picture on our website the other day of all of us sitting around a committee table, and I just sat there and longed for that interaction. But here we are. So thanks for the time. Great job today. We'll see you on Thursday at 4 o'clock for our board meeting. We're adjourned.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Good work, team.
Thank you.